Good morning, everyone. We have a building policy that you have to wear the mask. Once you're seated, then, feel free to pull it down a little, but we do need you to wear your masks while you're in the building. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30, and welcome to the Will County Board meeting for October 21st, 2021. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the governor's recent disaster proclamation, the number of COVID-19 cases in Will County, and the CDC guidelines regarding COVID-19, the Speaker of the Will County Board has determined that in-person meetings are not practical nor prudent. Therefore, all meetings of the Will County Board shall be held via video and audio until further notice. The public is invited to comment or pose a question by email at publiccomment@willcountyillinois.com. At the public comments portion of the meeting, the email will be read into the record. This time I'll call the meeting to order. Board Member Coleman, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and introduce the clergy?
And educator to thousands of youth throughout the Chicagoland community. Over the last 10 years, she's continued her leadership by serving as Chief of Staff for the senior pastor at Shiloh Baptist Church in Lockport, Illinois. Tamikio received her BS in marketing at Alabama A&M University. While working in aerospace for the Boeing Company in St. Louis, Missouri, she completed her post-bachelor's in contract management at St. Louis University. While at Boeing, she served a key role as a leader and facilitator in diversity and inclusion initiatives. She was an instrumental part of the diversity team responsible for instituting affinity groups for minority and LGBTQ+ employees. Reverend Tamikio completed her Master's of Education at National Louis University and her Master's of Divinity at John M. Perkins Fellow with an academic emphasis on Christian community development at Northern Seminary in Lisle, Illinois. She is now completing coursework towards her PhD in Industrial and Organizational Business Psychology at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Chicago, Illinois. Reverend Tamikio is married with two beautiful daughters. Welcome. Thank you. She says she's on as a panelist.
I think it's next week.
Proceed.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to today's meeting. And I apologize for the technical difficulty and the fact that you can't see my beautiful face. But today I wanted to share some thoughts with you about the parable of the Good Samaritan. From Luke 10, chapter 25 through 29. One day, an expert in religious law stood up to test Jesus by asking him this question: "Teacher, what should I do to inherit eternal life?" Jesus replied, "What does the law say? How do you read it?" The man answered, "You must love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, all your strength, and all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself." "Right," Jesus told him, "do this and you will live." The man wanted to justify his belief, so he asked Jesus, "But who is my neighbor?" Originally told, this parable introduces us to a story about a traveler who suffers a traumatic and life-threatening attack on his way to a town called Jericho. He is in despair, and he is then encountered by three passers-by, two religious dignitaries and an ordinary man. This particular parable draws the hearer into the perspective of the sufferer and the destitute traveler. This passing parade of three persons sets up a pattern that increasingly builds upon expectation. In the first two cases of the dignitaries, the response is to see and pass by on the other side. This was to avoid the stigma that would tarnish the officials by mere association. This stigma or association would then prevent them, according to their obligation, from carrying out their duties. Yet the third person arriving on the scene was not a dignitary. He did not hold any position of prestige or honor. This third character is in fact typically despised and, in common with the wounded citizen, is of very little means, yet he breaks the pattern. The Samaritan sees, but does not pass by on the other side. He sees and is overcome with compassion. In fact, despite his limited means, he sets out to fulfill the need in a most extravagant expression of mercy and hospitality. First, he offers what is practical, providing first aid to the wounded man. Then he draws generously on his own funds to ensure the man is left in the best possible care until he can return with a more long-term solution. At the end of this parable, we are challenged by the question, who is my neighbor? This question isn't a means to determine geographical location. It is not a question to challenge the boundaries of political obligation. The concept of neighbor becomes a vocation by which we are empowered to take upon ourselves and actively live out without the limits of geographical location, cultural affiliation, or political obligation. You see, the God that we attempt to love with all of our heart is the God who is reaching out to all in compassion in the same way the Good Samaritan offered extravagant, life-giving hospitality to a wounded and disregarded citizen. In fact, the path to God is to allow oneself to become an active instrument and channel of that same boundary-breaking hospitality. Today, I want to thank the board for your tireless and persistent work. In performing the service of your civic duty, you have indeed been called for such a time as this. As a community, as a county, as citizens of this country, we have overcome much, and yet there is still many mountains left to climb. It is in this unique time that we are called in the service of humanity to extend heaven's hospitality to our neighbor. And as we travel through scripture from the Ancient of Days into this current day, we are still challenged with the question, who is my neighbor? Or put another way, to whom do we extend the extravagance of God's boundary-breaking hospitality? Are we limited by affiliations? Are we empowered by our values and convictions? What will make us truly a strong and invincible community? Dear God, we thank you for this opportunity to come together on behalf of the community, on behalf of Will County. We thank you for your bound-breaking hospitality and showing us how to execute the desires of our citizens. Lord, we pray for the board as they put together policies and programs that establish foundation building opportunities, that we empower individuals in our community so that each resident is equipped to contribute as a change agent as we cultivate a stronger Will County. I want to once again thank the board for the work that you do, and I pray Godspeed as you continue to represent each member of Will County. Amen.
Thank you for joining us today. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mueller. Here. Mueller here. Frizzalone? Here. Frizzalone here. Newquist?
Here.
Ogala. Ogala. Cook?
Here.
Mustis? Here. Mustis here. Mitchell? Here. Mitchell here. Tyson?
Tyson here.
Harris?
Here.
Trainier?
Present.
Fritz?
Present.
Gould?
Here.
Van Dyne. Van Dyne here. Balich. Balich here. Brooks.
Here.
Winfrey. Winfrey here. Parker. Parker. She's on there.
Sorry, you're cutting in and out, but Parker's here.
Thank you. Ventura.
Present.
Coleman. Coleman here. Markham.
Here.
Berkowitz. Berkowitz here. Pretzel. Pretzel here. Weigel. Weigel here. Freeman.
Present.
Krolitis. Krolitis here. Cowan. Cowan here.
25 present, 1 absent. Thank you. With 25 members being present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication.
Motion Freeman.
Motion by Mueller, seconded by Freeman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Yes. Mustis, yes. Mitchell. Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne. Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Winfrey, yes. Parker.
Yes.
Ventura.
Yes.
Coleman. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Pretzel, yes. Weigel. Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Krolitis. Krolitis, yes. Cowan. Cowan, yes.
25 affirmative, the motion carries. I now need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the September 16th, 2021 Will County Board meeting. Motion by Balich, seconded by Van Dyne. Is there a previous roll call?
Previous roll
Roll
Freeman.
call by Coleman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
Yes. Today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino-Tarrant, County Clerk Lawrence Daly Ferry, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stuckel, Sheriff Mike Kelly. And for the media, we have Nick Ryer from the Farmers Weekly Review, Alex Ortiz from the Herald News, and Megan Horsted from the Times Weekly.
Thank you. We have no honorary resolutions or proclamations today. At this time, we will entertain public comments for the agenda items only. Just a reminder, anyone wishing to address the board will have 3 minutes to speak. As a reminder, public comments are intended as a means for citizens to convey their thoughts and ideas to the board. Board members will not respond to or debate issues raised in public comment, but may ask a question to clarify a speaker's position. And as we get our list here, we will welcome you up to the podium.
I just have a couple questions about mapping. I'm a resident of Plainfield, and I'd like to know how one person gets to draw a map for the whole county. I'd also like to know how this one person can get up and walk out of a public forum because she doesn't like the questions being asked. This is supposed to be a representative government. It is not. We had a map. It was bipartisan. And most people wanted that map. Why was it changed? Because one person wanted her way? Because we don't have a representative government here in Will County? because the Democrats want to take over another form of our government and not give us the representation that we so much deserve and should have. I don't know why there's so much divisive behavior on one side. We ask for choice. The other side asks for absolutes. We had a bipartisan map. That should have been voted on, and it should have been approved. If we truly are neighbors, then everybody should want the same things, the betterment of this county. I don't think that everyone here today wants that. I don't think that everyone here on this board cares. I think you care about your power. I think you care about your position and your prestige. And I think it's really disgusting that some people who are supposed to be here representing their constituents can't stay for a meeting and hear the public comments, can't listen to what the public is asking. We want fairness. You want to take representatives away from us, and then you want to pay people, more people. We have enough tax burdens in this county and in this state. We don't need any more. And it's not going to save the county money. I don't know who came up with that lie, but it is a lie. If you're spending more money than you spent before, you're not saving money. You're spending our tax money. We have a right to know where it's going and for what purpose. And if it's not a good purpose, it needs to not be. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please add Judy Ogala to the roll. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a meeting today. We do not need to applause. We have decorum here, so please keep your applause to yourself. Raj Pala, you are next, sir. I'm sorry,
All right, thank you for having me here. My name is Raj Pillai. I'm from the Plainfield area. I mean, many of us are here today. These meetings I know are not usually well attended, but today I guess it's more well attended than it usually might be. So why are we here today? I know there's been certain significant changes proposed to the maps in the county, which, I mean, in my opinion at least, not only make things unfair, but also unequal. And isn't it funny that the majority of the Will County Board here are Democrats that believe in equality? First of all, I wonder how some of you guys took the very noble liberal concept of integration and turned it into segregation. I don't understand it. And when did the woke and the extreme left take over the party and throw your liberal values in the dust? And when did you stop listening? The county executive literally walked out of a public meeting last time. I'm sorry, but ignoring your constituents in a public meeting isn't an option. It shows a blatant disregard for what the constituents really want. I represent Plainfield and know many groups that include parents and other taxpayers. I'm here on their behalf. So let's talk about tax dollars. I'm a CPA, so I understand the financial impacts of bad decisions. And it's true that you decided to reduce the amount of county board seats and want an increase on your salaries and increase the amount of appointed positions. You're also redrawing the maps so you get to exploit the taxpayers and their dollars in order to consolidate your power. Now, either you just want more money in your pockets or you're scared of losing elections. It doesn't have to be one, but if it is both, I'll tell you what, you seem as greedy as the worst politicians out there. I'll finish off with this, but if you think people aren't noticing, you're wrong. Organizations like mine, United for Plainfield, is working with watchdog groups and paying a lot more attention to what the county is doing. The fact is that if you didn't expose yourself so blatantly, we wouldn't pay attention. So I wanted to thank you for doing that and making us more aware. You will be the reason for your own demise. Thank you.
thank you, Marjorie. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a board meeting. We're not at a pep rally. Please hold your applause. Marjorie Allen.
Hi, good morning. I'm Marjorie Allen. Lived in Joliet a long time. Don't really follow the board meetings too much. But I want things to be fair, bipartisan. And Dr. Tarrant, I had occasion to call your office a couple times when you were the regional Will County Superintendent of Schools, and I didn't get a good response. And speaking of, the parable of the Good Samaritan, I think I was doing I know, I was doing the right thing. And I'm talking about when I was a teacher at Joliet 86. I know it's off topic, but I called your office and I got your sidekick, Mr. Sean Walsh, who's the current Will County Superintendent, and I got nothing. I got nothing on the topic. I thought, well, that's weird. I should be assisted. That's what it says. He's the elected educator in the room, in the county, in the whole county. It says on the website, he's the only elected educator. He's supposed to assist teachers and so on with advice because I was trying to protect the kids
Ms. Allen, you
at a
need to
school.
direct
Okay, I
yourself
just
on the
want to
agenda.
say your
Thank
office
you.
dropped the ball,
Yeah, thank
and I
you.
called again.
All right.
When you were state senator, I called again. I called you in particular, and your office said, well, you don't work in education anymore. Okay, so you're not interested in the welfare of the kids. And I want to say every
Ms. Allen,
institution
you need to
dropped
stay
the
to
ball.
Can you turn it
I'm
off?
not letting this
Can you
go.
turn it off?
It's been over a decade. Look, you were negligent when you were superintendent. I don't see why you wouldn't be negligent now. You're just self-serving.
Your microphone has been turned off, ma'am. If you'd like to talk about the agenda. All right, thank you. Ms. Singletary, Amy Singletary. Thank you. I'm sorry, yep. Camille Holcomb, are you interested in talking? Okay, please come up.
Hi, thanks for having us and listening to us today. I have positive experiences with you so far. So far. I'm thinking of when I came here to talk about the maps. So when looking at the maps, the 11-2 that was drawn up, I kind of zoomed in on the townships and how they were going to be laid out with this plan. And I noticed that some of them, like Wheatland, I zoomed in on, some of the precincts are going to be chopped up into like three different districts. And I thought that was kind of weird because how are we going to, I'm looking at it from smaller government, like the precinct committeemen, they're supposed to like know three different, like everybody that's running an office for three different positions. It just seems like chaos to me. When it comes down to the election time, it'll be chaos. And then when it comes down to the board, it seems like it'll be a little bit chaos because like one neighborhood will have one representative and then like across the street we'll have another one and then across the street another way I'll be another one. It just seems like a little bit of chaos. And then I kind of thought of it, so before I became a mom, I was a teacher. And so I thought of it like, okay, what would it look like if it were like the classroom? So in classrooms, we like small classrooms, more teachers, so we can pay more attention to our students. So when going down from 13 to 1, I feel like that's equivalent to a larger classroom and fewer teachers. And I feel like the constituents will be having less time, less representation because their districts will be larger and fewer representatives. So if we were talking about wanting representation, wouldn't we want more representatives so we have more people that we could reach out to? That's just how I was thinking about it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keith Ogle.
Good morning, Madam Executive, Madam Clerk, and the Village Board, or sorry, the County Board. Spent too much time on the village here. I'm Keith Ogle. I'm the mayor of Frankfurt. I represent the 20,000 plus people that live in the village, part of District 2. Cornerstones of our democracy, one of them is fairness. And having proper representation as well as confidence in the election process, that we're able to go fairly forward. The vote will go as it goes, no matter what. Sometimes it goes with you, with your beliefs. Sometimes it goes with the group that doesn't. But it shouldn't be slanted to anyone's political advantage, no matter who's holding the power. I thought this was all about fairness, really on both sides. We talk a lot about, we'll be fair. The other side's not fair. I'm looking at this very much from all the people that I represent, and they don't all agree on things to go. During the hearing on October 4th, it was during our village board meeting, but I did submit a letter on behalf of our residents that was read into the public record that supported the bipartisan committee's product, which was the 13-2 map. And we watched the WebEx on October 14th, where that was disregarded. The 13-2 map was disregarded, and only one map was being advanced. Now there's, from what I understand, there's adjustments to that map and things that are going forward, and these need to be done in the light of day as part of a public process. The bipartisan committee, I think there were at least 8 meetings that were held. They were open to the public. I think they're on WebEx still, but they were questions that could be posed, and both sides, and our residents applaud the fact that you did come together and you came up with a map that I think was at least fairly represented the area. There is a lot of public opposition to this current process, and to vote on this today with only one option, I think is the absolute wrong thing to do. And as I go forward here, I just ask that this process, if there's only one map that's going to be considered at this point, that this be done in public with public review and other public comment, and that we actually can see this map. Again, I appreciate all the work that the bipartisan committee did on behalf of the residents. I know it was a arduous process, and I just ask that in the spirit of fairness, that we look at something that represents all of the people in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have Leon Augick. Would you like to speak?
Good morning. My name is Leon Ossick. Most people know me by my nickname Rocky. I'm here to talk about the redistricting. I don't think we need less representation on these boards because I don't feel I'm being represented on here or the state level either. Something needs to be changed in this gerrymandering and these goofy districts that they come up with. I just don't understand it. I think what we've had in the past has worked fairly well. I don't see a need to change it, and it's strictly a power thing. You know, you people are supposed to represent the citizens of the county, but I don't see that happening in just about any level of government from here on up to DC. But I'd like to see it stay at the 13 districts in the number of representatives we have now. With that, that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here today who would like to hear his public comment on something on the agenda? Is there something on the agenda you'd like to speak about today? Okay, sorry. I'll do over at the other side. There's a ramp over there. Please state your name for the record.
Armilla Frankowski.
Thank you.
I'm a retired vet nurse, penitentiary, and on the Judiciary Committee. Forewarning, Fauci is being investigated for a lie. The COVID is nothing but trying to remove our protective services if they don't take that so-called injection.
Excuse me, Armella, this has to be something on the agenda, so if you would like to wait to the end of the meeting, we can hear your comments on COVID. This is regarding something on the agenda right now. This is not on the agenda, anything with COVID, so we can call you back at the end of the meeting.
This is serious.
I'm not saying it's not.
This
so
is
we're
another
gonna have to turn
plot
off
to
your microphone, turn off your
destroy.
mic. You'll have time to speak at the end of the meeting.
China already is blinding us, giving us clocks.
Armella, we'll give you time at the end of the meeting. We're going to have to ask you to take your seat.
God made a female to be a female, not to demean a man.
Thank you.
Stay home, be a mother, be a good wife, and contribute, but don't go dictating to a man.
Thank you. All right.
The number is going up.
Beth,
Save your money.
Beth, is there anybody online who has to speak? Or just, okay, the rest are letters. Lana, would you like to read the public comment into record?
The first email is from Erica Alzu. I'll just get to the point. Is this map the best you all can do? This looks like gerrymandered, and the purpose of this map is to give all county citizen agencies. We still have significant farming in this county, and you've marginalized them. If there has been no significant population change, why are we reducing the number of districts? Oppose the map and create one that has some sense and equality to all of us, not just your partisan interests. Thank you for your time. Nikki Suburban. Dear Will County Board members, I am a resident in District 8, and I support a smaller Will County Board and the 11 district map. Thank you for your time. Destiny Ortiz. Hello, my name is Destiny Ortiz, and I am a Romeoville resident along with my husband and 3 children. We would like to express our support for a smaller board and an 11 district map. Thank you for your time. Vicki Urban. Dear Will County Board representatives, I am a resident of Prestwick subdivision. I noticed that we are included with University Park in District 2 in the proposed map. This is not fair to us nor University Park. We are totally different in our needs and concerns. Please see to it that we are not lumped together. It compromises both sections and prevents our proper representation. This is from Kathleen Kelly. Miss Winfrey, as a Will County resident and more specifically Frankfort, I urge you to support the 13 district map rather than splitting Frankfort into 3 separate districts in the 11 district proposal. The voters in Frankfort are overwhelmingly opposed to the 11 district map as it does not represent our community. Please do the right thing and stand with the people of Frankfort and represent them as a member of the Will County Board. The integrity of the board members is at stake as to whether they truly represent the constituents/voters. Thank you for your time and for your service to Will County. Mark Rivas. Dear Will County Board, please do not support the gerrymandered 11 district map being touted by the overly partisan county executive. As a Will County voter, I want elected representation accountable to us, the voters, and not hand-picked political bureaucrats destroying our county. Please support the bipartisan remap District 13 map. Doing otherwise indicates that you are not interested in anything other than partisan tyranny. Stephen Cahill. Hello, Will County Board. I want the partisan 13 district remap and not the 11 district map. I want elected representation accountable to voters. Thank you. Laura Riebenstein. I am writing to encourage all to push for the bipartisan 13 district remap and not the gerrymandered 11 district map. I want elected representation accountable to voters and not hand-picked political bureaucrats dictating our county. Thank you. Sherry Lynn. My name is Sherry Lynn Bonicki. I live in Lockport/Homer Township. I support a smaller board and the 11 district map. Thank you. Dana Jenner. I oppose the new proposed zoning map. Tom Davidson. I urge everyone to enact a fair 13 district remap instead of the very unfair 11 district now proposed. Tom Davidson. Donald Robinson. My name is Donald Robinson, Joliet, Illinois, and I support the 11 districts. Sean Gunek. Dear Will County Board members, I find it outrageous that the board is trying to push a one-sided new map on the citizens of Will County. We have a map that was bipartisan in nature, and that is the way it should always be done. Ignoring that map and pushing a map that favors one party, in this case the Democrats, is dirty politics. How stupid do you think we are? If this map is rammed through, I will double my efforts to ensure that Democratic board members and the executive director are not reelected. I expect you to do the honorable thing. Your jobs depend on it. You work for me, not the other way around. Kelly Hickey. Dear members of the Will County Board, I am surprised and dismayed that reducing the Will County Board from 26 to 22 members has garnered any opposition at all. In business, smaller boards are more effective and more efficient and more collaborative, as evidenced by the Wall Street Journal article linked below, and she did provide a link. Let's give an 11 district map a try. Thanks for the opportunity to connect. Marcia Flesh, good evening. Please vote for the 13 district map instead of the 11 district map. I live in Frankfurt and do not want our village to be split up by its representation. Thank you. Robert Biven. A bipartisan 13 district map and a partisan 11 district map. Just the fact that the 13 district map is bipartisan means by definition, it better represents the constituents. I ask that the board push for the 13 district map. Nina Demina. Good evening, or good morning. Please help in uniting the county by supporting the bipartisan 13 district remap and not the 11 district map.
Excuse me, man, you are out of order. We're going to have you you can now leave the boardroom. You can leave the boardroom, ma'am. You can leave the boardroom.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to start over. This is with Nina Dima. Good morning. Please help in uniting the county by supporting the bipartisan 13 district remap and not the 11 district map lauded by the partisan county executive. We want elected representation accountable to voters and not hand-picked political bureaucrats dictating our county. And that was from Tom and Nina Dima. Sean Gleason. I appreciate and support the county executive's 11 district proposal. It reduces the number of districts of each political party by 2 neutral effect. It reduces the taxpayer burden by 4 seats. Helen Valentes. I live in Shorewood and I support an 11 district map along with smaller county board. Bruno Valentes. My name is Bruno Valentes. I live in Shorewood and I support a streamlined county board that is more accurately represents the current citizenry. This is from Elena Costa. Dear Jackie and Ken, I am writing to express my support for the proposed 11-district map that responds to the changing demographics of our county, has the potential to save taxpayer dollars, and is another step forward, another step towards a more sustainable and balanced government. I am happy to hear your support for this change and ask that you use your influence to encourage board members across the aisle to vote in support of the 11-district map. The 11-district map reduces the size of the board by 4 members and reduces the number of districts by 2. The proposed map does not favor one party over the other. The impact of this change falls equally on 1 Democratic district and 1 Republican district, and 2 Democratic members and 2 Republican members. This is fair and should be considered as equitable by both parties. The process taken to review and right-side our county government in order to streamline services is essential for one of the fastest-growing counties in the state. In comparison to larger surrounding counties with fewer board members, Will County's 26-member board is wasteful and unnecessary. A change from the current 13-district map to 11-district map prioritizes the financial impact to taxpayers and our overall community over individual politicians' attempt at self-preservation. The census data also reflects that we need to embrace the diversity of our fast-growing county. The 11-district map addresses the county's population growth, demographic shifts, and will respond to more equitable growth and representation in the future. The 11-district map will keep communities of interest together while keeping a consistent number of residents in each district across the county. I like that the 11-district map follows man-made boundaries as much as possible, avoiding placing municipalities and townships into separate county board districts. As a Bolingbrook resident, I have always found it to be confusing why our village was between 2 county districts. Under this map, constituents will know which board members to call for our local issues. Municipal officials won't have to worry about their municipality being split excessively between county board districts, and our board members would be able to fully represent the neighborhoods within the district. Outside of my own suburban community and county district, the rural agricultural areas of Will County will be well represented within the proposed district map and will also better reflect the needs and concerns of the suburban communities currently in the same district. The 11-district map also creates 3 minority-majority districts. It keeps our communities of interest together. This plan gives all Will County residents an opportunity for adequate representation. Representation matters, and this map ensures that communities are able to stay united within districts. Thank you for your attention and votes to this matter. Jess McClevin. My name is Jess McClevin. I live in Plainfield Township, and I am in support of a smaller board in the 11-district map. Angela Marino. Dear Will County Board, I am writing because I want elected representation accountable to voters and not handpicked political bureaucrats dictating our county. Ellen Moriarty. My name is Ellen Moriarty. I am a resident of Homer Township, Homer Glen. I wish to express my strong support for the 11-district map and encourage all the board members to vote for this map. Let's keep Will County moving forward into the 21st century. Ricky Pulaski. My name is Rick Pulaski. I am a resident of Homer Township / Homer Glen. I want to express my support for the 11-district map. I hope the board members all vote for change in Will County. Change is part of the progress. Kathy Mashin, please keep Will County as 13 districts. I am emailing to say that I oppose the smaller board and 11-district map. Randy Mashin, I am writing to oppose the 11-district map. Rachel Pertel Urchin. My name is Rachel Urchin from Frankfort Township, and I am not in support of the Will County Executive's 11-district map. Mary Duncan. We are firmly opposed to any reduction in districts for Will County. We are a very large county with a large population, and it is very important for all communities to have enough elected county officials to adequately address all of the countless important needs in these difficult times that are too numerous to mention. We have a large number of serious issues for our elected officials to deal with, including increasing financial ones due to COVID-19 and the economic issues facing everyone due to inflation that are affecting all demographics and income groups. These will impact every aspect of everyone's lives in some way, and we need enough elected officials to have the time to address what we are facing now in Will County and help mitigate resulting community impact and problems. Now is not the time to reduce elected official manpower or to increase wages for elected officials. We always vote and are following this issue closely. We appreciate elected officials putting the voters first. We need enough representation. Good government, which is closest to the people, is critical and needs manpower. Mary and Michael Duncan. Archie Gavin to Will County Board. The map proposed by our county executive is fair and balanced. Reducing 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans will reduce cost and keep the board balanced by party and take into account population shifts in the county. Kenneth Fogan. Greetings, please use the bipartisan map when redistricting. Thank you. Bob Hardwick, I oppose and ask the Will County Board to vote against the many and ever-changing 11-district map proposed by the Will County Executive Jennifer Bertino-Tarrant. Please support the 13-district map that was developed by the bipartisan working group. The gerrymandered 11-district map smells of voter suppression and voter nullification. If passed, the 11-district map will no doubt bog the county down with expensive court cases as residents pursue justice for their voting rights. Kyle Clare. Dear Will County Board, I would like my comments read at the 9 a.m. reapportionment meeting on 10/21/21. I cannot attend in person because I am currently pursuing my education in Iowa, a free state and not a slave state like Illinois. My name is Kyle Clare, and as a permanent resident of Bolingbrook, I am deeply disappointed with this board and their authoritarian actions. I am hearing my dear friends crying out for help because the Democratic majority has done nothing but ignore their voices in what should be a bipartisan process. I remember when the committee voted bipartisanly in a 6-3 vote to move ahead with the 13-2 map, but our very own dictator, Mimi Cowan, wanted an 11-2 map at all cost. Mimi, we all know what you're after, a full-time job. You want a higher salary so you can become a career politician, and it's despicable. You are despicable, and I hope your Democratic colleagues can see that. Denise Winfrey, Herb Brooks, Ken Harris, I know all of you are smart people, and I am begging all of you to consider making this a fair bipartisan process and considering a bipartisan 13-2 map. The 11-2 map makes it way more difficult to campaign and disproportionately affects the rural Will County communities, which Mimi from Naperville could care less about. Mimi, Mimi, have you driven over an hour to Crete or Peatone before? Have you been to Shanahan or Crete? I have, and it clear through your callousness that you so desperately want to be like Springfield Democrats. You should be ashamed of yourself. I am calling on all of you to prove that corruption is gone from Illinois and that here in Will County. I think hope is gone from Mimi, Meta, Rachel, and Jackie. But as for the rest of you, I still have faith. Please vote no on this map. This is from Gerald Smith. After examining the maps for both Plan 13 and Plan 11, I strongly believe that Plan 13 should be the approved plan over that of Plan 11 for the following reasons. 55 ILCS 5-2-3003-1B states that the county districts shall be comprised of contiguous territory as nearly compact as practical. The current board districts are all contiguous. However, 4 districts are not very compact. Districts 3, 9, 10, 13. Plan 13 proposed districts are all contiguous and are significantly more compact than that of the current board configuration and that of Plan 11. Plan 11 proposed districts are all contiguous barely. District 5 and 11 are contiguous only by a thread, and District 3 has a nearly isolated, non-contiguous island out of the middle of District 1. Furthermore, Plan 11 proposed districts are not compact, especially Districts 5, 9, 10, and 11, nor as compact as Plan 13. The accuracy, truthfulness of the county executive redistricting principles for Plan 11 are now questionable because number 4 is not true. For each of the districts contained in the county executive's reapportionment proposal of 2021 was drawn to be compact and contiguous as required by the Illinois Constitution. I believe Plan 11 violates the intent of the appropriation statute significantly more than Plan 13 and gives a much stronger impression of political boundary gerrymandering. Not only does Illinois Law 55 ILCS 5/2 prescribe compactness of political boundaries, the U.S. Supreme Court in Shaw v. Reno 509 U.S. 630, 1993, and Miller v. Johnson 515 U.S. 900, 1995, affirm the principles of geographical compactness in particular over that of racial and ethnic compactness. 55 ILCS 5/23003(1D) states that the county districts shall be created in such a manner so that no precinct shall be divided between two or more districts insofar as practical. The current board district apportionment has only 3 precincts that are split into 2 or more districts. By my count, Plan 13 has 29 districts that would be split into 2 or more county districts. And by my count, Plan 11 has 38 precincts that would be split into 2 or more county districts. Plan 11 violates the intent of the appropriation statute significantly more than Plan 13 and will cause increased confusion at the precinct polling places and require additional different ballots for those affected precincts. This also adds to the impression that political boundary gerrymandering is occurring. Judith Wooten, good morning. Will County Board members. A bipartisan committee was put together months ago to redraw our county board districts. This committee invested countless hours and decided staying with 13 districts was the best way for county residents to be represented. Why is this bipartisan recommendation being ignored and only the maps with 11 districts under the guise of saving money being presented today? All of Will County's population deserves to be represented, and if the districts are made any bigger, fewer people will be able to have a voice. Many of you are being pressured to vote on party lines and not what you know is right when you think of the oath of office you took. The obvious partisan map that the state of Illinois recently passed have been stopped in the courts. Please don't waste any more of our residents' hard-earned money by voting on and ultimately having to defend maps you know are not in the best interest of constituents. You need to represent all the people in this county and not just a few who drew these maps. As my business cards have said for the over 10 years, I don't care if you put an R or a D behind your name. Everyone needs to put an A for American. I thank everyone who has stayed and shown respect to listening to the comments of the voters who were not able to be there in person. I also pray each of you insist the bipartisan committee approved 13 district map be brought back into the discussions and voted on. Dawn Damani, to whom it may concern, please forward my email to all the Will County Board members. The 13-2 map was decided and agreed upon by a bipartisan vote. The 13-2 map needs to stay. The 11-2 map is unconstitutional and not bipartisan. Follow the law and keep the 13-2 map. You were elected to represent the people, and the 13-2 map accomplishes that representation. The 11-2 map does not represent the people fairly at all. Lori Thompson, keep the 13-2 map that was agreed upon by both sides. The 11-2 is unconstitutional and not bipartisan. Will County citizens do not want socialism, communism, Marxism, stakeholder capitalism in the United States of America. We chose to remain a constitutional republic and want to remain free. Bob Murray, keep the 11-2 map that was agreed upon by both sides. The 11-2 is unconstitutional and not bipartisan. Jennifer Ransford, hello. I have been a long-term resident of Frankfurt for over 30 years. It is ridiculous that my community is already divided up on a state level. I have a different congressman than my fellow residents due to a dividing line made many years ago. Bobby Rush does not represent Frankfurt, nor does he have an interest in doing so. I am asking, in fact pleading, to leave our communities intact on the county level. I should be able to vote on issues that affect my family and the town that I live in. It is unfair to lump some of us together with towns that are nowhere near me, nor have the same issues and interests that Frankfurt has. I am disgusted that this is even being considered. It is apparent to me that the reasons are not because it is in the best interest of the residents. Keep communities together. Stop dividing us for political reasons. This is from Grant Spooner. I support the bipartisan 13 district map. Apparently, the county executive pulled another map out of her back pocket after the public hearing. This new map has not been shown to the public, nor has the public had an opportunity to make any comments. Is this the Madigan way of doing things? And my last one, Rick Lab, good morning. I would like to add my name to the list of individuals asking you to use the bipartisan map that was hammered out in committee for Will County representation. Will County residents ought to access our representation, and the more uneven and disproportionate areas will compromise this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. This time we'll move on to old business. All resolutions and ordinances from the September 16, 2021 board meeting have been signed and returned. Under new business, we have the PACE presentation of its fiscal year 2022 budget. This time we'll invite our PACE executive director. Rocky is not here, but we have Rick Kwasniewski to introduce his team and give the budget presentation.
Thank you, County Executive Bertino Tarrant, Speaker Cowan, Leaders Madam Udall and Fiscal and County Board members. We're glad to be here today again this year to present our budget. It's a good news budget. Obviously, we are going to do a lot of expansion and come back from the COVID. So during the COVID, we were down up to 70% of our ridership, and currently we're back up to just shy of 35%. So we're climbing back to where we were. We believe within another year we'll be pretty close to where we were pre-pandemic. We're planning on doing some innovative new service this year. We took some time during COVID and really looked at the region and figured out some different opportunities to work with the different counties throughout the area and so forth. Our suburban service budget this year is $273 million. Our ADA budget is $226 million. And our capital budget is $57 million. We have a balanced budget. We have a very robust capital plan, as we'll talk about in a few minutes. This includes no fare increases. We've got about $15 million of new and restored service that will go into this year's budget. We've got $5 million that's being earmarked for TNC companies like Uber and Lyft that will be able to look at micro transit projects throughout the region to be able to get people to their destinations quicker and more on demand. We've also got $3 million of demand response service that will be going into this year's budget as well, which includes a 15% increase to the current dial-a-ride partners, which is about $1 million of additional funding this year. So that's a good way for us to be able to work with our partners at the local level. We've also got $1 million in for, as we said, TNC pilots in dial-a-rides and ADA paratransit throughout the suburbs, which is similar to our Chicago taxi access program. So similar to the taxi access, we don't really have a lot of taxis out in this area. We do here in Joliet. So we'll be partnering with some of those entities to basically give opportunities to get people to their destinations and subsidizing those routes. The other thing is we've got $200,000 in grants for the collar counties, totaling $1 million overall, to expand countywide dial-a-ride services. Also in this year's budget is $10 million of electric bus pilot at our North Division in Waukegan. It's a $50 million project overall for the next 5 years. One of the reasons why we chose Waukegan were a number of reasons. It's the smallest fleet we have, which is about 50, so it's the quickest to turn around. The routes are also not as long as in some of the other counties throughout the area. And they have the relatively most newest buses that we could distribute throughout the region while we're doing our conversion. This actually sets us up for our transition to entire zero emission fleet by 2040, which was adopted by our board. So we're very excited about that to begin that process. We're going to continue to move forward with that transition. With me here today, I forgot to say, I apologize, is our board member Roger Clare, who represents Will County on our board. Also, Rocky Donahue is up there on the screen. He was unable to be here in person, but he's here today. Also, he yesterday announced his retirement from PACE at the end of the year. So we will certainly miss him. He's been an integral part of PACE for 40 years. And we congratulate him on that, but we look forward to moving forward with some of the things that he kind of got set up. Also, Beth Gonzalez is here with us today as well. We're entering, I don't know where our slides are. Do you have the slides up or not? Okay, I guess I'm talking without the slides. Okay, that's fine. So we're one of the big things that we're embarking on over the next few years is the largest infrastructure expansion that we've got in PACE's history, which is over $300 million. Roger is going to talk about a couple of the Will County projects, but we've got about a dozen construction projects that are happening as we speak that'll be completed within the next 3 years. And this was out of the state funding that we had gotten over the last couple of years. So we're very excited about improving these. And again, Will County is going to be very well represented in some of this new construction projects. So I'm going to flip it over to Roger now to talk a little bit about the capital needs and certain Will County items, and then we can answer some questions.
Thank you, and good morning. My comments were tied to slides which you can't see, so we will make this work. I'd just like to quickly highlight some of the major capital projects throughout the region and some of the equipment we're going to be buying, as Chairman Kwasniewski pointed out, a variety of vehicle purchases, buses, paratransit vehicles, the intelligent bus system, which is a system that allows us to track every bus throughout the system, where it is and where there are impediments and other traffic issues that we need to be careful of. There's a variety of expenditures to improve facilities throughout the region. We have this year's budget, there's a set aside $56 million for capital improvements. The 5-year budget plan has $289 million for capital improvements. Again, more vehicle purchases, additional facility purchases, and as Chairman Kwasniewski pointed out, electric buses, which we're moving toward with a goal to be green by 2040. As the technology improves, one of the problems with electric buses is they don't be able to hold a charge to work an entire route for an entire shift. So we need to implement this slowly as the technology improves. Will County projects in particular, we have the budget includes the Dial-A-Ride partners in Will County will receive 15% more in PACE funding for 2022. The transportation network represented earlier, and Will County will receive a $200,000 grant to do a countywide Paris transit market study, which I think will be very helpful to all of us. The Plainfield Garage is well under construction. It's hard to believe it this past January. It was just raw dirt. And again, you can't see a picture, but it's nearing completion. Hope to be accessible or available by March of 22. Northern Builders is doing a fine job with that project. And of course, the Joliet Transit Facility is moving along nicely. Construction should be completed in the spring of 2022. And lastly, the Will County budget public hearing will be held virtually on Friday, October 29th at noon. For anyone who has questions about that hearing, it will be again all virtual, and those details will come later on how to access that. Thank you.
Just want to open it up, see if there's any questions or comments or.
County Board Member Mustis.
Eric, Roger, nice seeing you fellows. First let me just make a comment that, Frankfurt Township, where I'm the supervisor, has had a partnership with PACE almost since the creation of PACE. And it's something that I've personally have always really believed in, and I do think makes a difference, even though it's sometimes challenging to run a dial-a-ride service. Frankfurt Township continues to do so, and we also partner with Will Ride, which is another fairly new system that the county is sponsoring, and it makes a really big difference in our overall level to give our residents additional service. So I'm hoping that we can continue and continue support from PACE. And there's a couple other questions I have. Ride the Shoulder, seemed to be a real successful. Haven't heard much about it lately. Do you think is PACE still looking at perhaps the expansion?
Yes.
Of that?
Yeah, so our ridership went down to probably on those routes down to about 25% of what our ridership was. Yeah. And basically, it's almost like it's a commuter service for the most part.
Right.
So that was kind of expected, similar to what Metro had experienced. That has come back. We're probably in the 40s. Mid 40s right now, so it's coming back as people come back to work. But during that time, we were still continuing to look to say, okay, is there opportunities for expansion of that service, perhaps along 355 to be able to access 55 and then back into the city, and also look at improvements similar to the Plainfield Park and Ride facility, which is really, really a great facility. It was about a $6 million investment. And so we're looking at opportunities over the next few years as ridership comes back to be able to, one, expand routes, and then two, make those station improvements that makes it comfortable for riders. So yes, but it is a challenge, and it's probably our biggest challenge, because when you look at the rest of our fixed route service, that has come back a lot quicker. In some routes, they shaved off a little bit of ridership, but it wasn't a great deal. So it really depends on the route, depends on who's riding it going forward. And some of the areas in Cook County and so forth, we hardly took a dip in ridership. And in other areas, it was very dramatic. So, but the good news is it's coming back. As I said, we're down about 35% now, which is a lot better than where we were at 70%. So,
if I could ask one other real quick question in relation to service, and I think this would also involve the counties will ride, and that is, the challenge for counties is how do you get from, the east side of Will County to the west side of Will County, or north side, south side, and of course there tends not to be any what I'm going to call mainline routes. You know, there's not a bus that goes down Route 30, for example, which goes east and west. Do we, have we kind of, and mainline is basically in cities or larger towns like Joliet. Is there any ever effort or looking at, and I think this is where Will Ride can also play a role, of can we look at, does it make sense to have any mainline services? And a lot of it is the roadways because they don't go all the way through, but even if it was a main line going from Frankfurt to Joliet, or how do I get to Bolingbrook if I want to go, how do I get up north?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
Some of the aspects could be addressed in Will Ride with some innovative type services that we've been talking about. Some of it could be addressed more geographically, like an on-demand service as well. That could be just a shuttle that continues to go around. The problem that we've got with fixed route service is two things. One, it's very expensive, and it's really not as convenient as you think for people. So what we've learned throughout the region is people are looking to get to point A or point B on their schedule, not necessarily on Pace's schedule. So what we've really tried to look at is these partnerships that we're talking about with Uber and Lyft and the taxi access program, and in some cases the on-demand services, because they're much more convenient, because that way you can pick up the phone and say, hey, I'd like to have a ride, in 20 minutes versus having to wait. So we're going to continue to look at our fixed route and make modifications and improvements, but believe me, I think we're trying to do is some innovative things. So we're certainly willing to entertain those things, and I know Rocky and his staff are willing to address those.
Yeah, and I will say that the Lyft and Uber and taxi services, I do think is the way to go, by the way.
Yeah,
And hopefully we'll continue to make.
And transit agencies across the country have started to do a lot of those, and that's why we're excited to do some of these little micro transit options for people. So, and see how it goes, and then, looking to maybe roll it out on a wider basis as well.
Thank you.
Mike, did you?
Mr. Frizzalone?
Yeah, Rick, you were talking about the ride the shoulder and the commuter service as the workers come back, and I'm sure you're doing your projections as the workers come back, but how are you factoring in remote workers into that projection? Because everything that we're seeing is moving that way big.
So what, and I might let Rocky react to that a little bit. I know one of the things that we may have to do if the ridership doesn't come back is, quite frankly, reduce the amount of times for the actual routes going in and out. And that might be one option. But Rocky, could you just address the question about the commuters?
Sure, absolutely. Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Thank you. I'll talk softer. Great question. And we've been working, quite honestly, for the past year with a lot of the businesses in the city of Chicago, ourselves, Metro, CTA, and it is going to be a challenge, because what most companies are telling us is that telecommuting is going to be part of their future, that the workforce may come back 1 day a week or 2 days a week. So that means we're going to have to adjust our schedule. There'll always be riders, but as the chairman said, it may mean we're just doing less trips or won't need as many buses. But we view that as opportunities to look at service differently in off-peak times now. Instead of doing the traditional AM and PM rush hour, we'll be maybe beefing up local service in non-peak times for those residents who are now telecommuting, but maybe at lunchtime they want to go to the local restaurant or go pick up a sandwich. So we have to change how we're looking at things. We're going to be doing market studies, but specifically to that, we're concerned that the workforce is not going to be as healthy as it was pre-pandemic.
Thanks. Thank you. County Board Member Berkowitz?
Thank you, Madam Executive. I have a question regarding the subsidy for the transportation network company, that concept. So what I'm wondering is, you'll be subsidizing that program, and how will you be regulating or monitoring it? The money you give, pays, subsidizes to Uber or Lyft or any other ride program. How will you be regulating or monitoring it to ensure that it's cost effective and reaching the targeted population? And I guess, is there a specific population you're
Sure.
trying to reach?
I'm gonna let Rocky answer that question because he's probably got the specifics. Rocky, did you hear that question?
I did, thank you. It's a great question. So I'm going to use our example of what we're modeling it, a lot of it after is what we do currently in the city of Chicago, what we call our taxi access program. Now, the difference is the taxi access program is only for individuals who have disabilities and are ADA certified. So it's not open to the general public. But in that case, they are able to get a $30 cab ride and they pay a $3 fare. So they pay a $3 fare. We pay the other $27. You ask, okay, is that cost effective? Sounds kind of high. Well, to do that service on the smaller paratransit bus costs $50. So it's actually $20 less than using the equipment, and it provides a lot more freedom, ability to go when they want to the rider. So the idea would be similar in the area, but it wouldn't be as high of a subsidy. It would probably be more closer to, okay, you'll get a $10 Uber ride and you may pay the bus fare of $2. So our subsidy would be then $8. You ask like, well, is it an identified market? It would be set up to serve various areas. It wouldn't be designed just for people with disabilities or just for people to get to work. It would be open to the general public, but that's how it would be set up. Now, how do we do that? We work with those rideshare companies, and an individual would have to have an account with the rideshare company. Like I said, you would pay like a $2 fare, say, and then if you drove within the geographical boundary, we would subsidize up to like whatever that number would be, and it's probably going to be close to $10. But does that help you there, ma'am?
So, yeah, so let me just say this, and Rocky, you could.
Real quick, hold on. Julie, can you say that again? Your microphone wasn't on. What, yeah.
So if you're looking at like an urban population and, I'm a young adult and I know I can have this very convenient program, I'd use it all the time. And so if it's being subsidized, I don't know how you can sustain that. I think the cost is pretty high.
Sure, and I'll take part of this and then I'll flip it back to Rocky. But one example is a test pilot I think we're going to try is in Naperville, where in the past we were providing bus service to and from points in Naperville to the train station. Quite frankly, 15 years ago, Metro used to fund it, and then Metro walked away from it. Well, we continued to fund it. Things slowed down on Metro, so we scaled back the service. But now we know we need to kind of begin to figure out how we're going to be able to ramp that up. And I think that's one of the test programs that we're going to work on. Whereas Rocky said a geographical area, you would have to be in that geographical area that it would trigger. And I think there's some technology out there that obviously Uber has to be able to track that as well. But one of the things is that's a dramatically lower cost overall than us running a fixed route bus from point A to point B from the outside skirts of Naperville to take them to the train station. So in some cases, it's cost savings. I think it's all about the geographical area and, quite frankly, the times and the ability to be able to use those. So, Rocky, did I hit on some of those things, or am I off base?
Absolutely, Rick. And overall, public transit is subsidized by tax dollars. We collect at Pace about 30% of our cost from the fare box. So the passengers are paying about 30% of the cost, and sales tax that we get through the region pays the other 70%. And so I think to your point is are we better off spending $100,000 on a bus route that maybe carries 30 people all day long, or are we better off subsidizing $100,000 of Uber and Lyft trips where 200 people take it? The subsidy is still going to be there because public transit is subsidized by tax dollars. It doesn't make money. It's how do we provide more trips for individuals with the amount of money we have.
Thank you, Rocky. I appreciate that. One more question. How will that type of a pilot program or that type of a program impact sales tax revenue? So if we have commuters now that use our public transit and they do pay sales tax, how?
No,
Rocky just mentioned
yeah,
sales tax.
so no, what he's saying is, so we get regionally, like you guys do, we get sales tax that funds all of our transit operations.
Okay.
So they will still pay a fee. They don't pay any tax. The taxes are obviously when they're generated, at the retail level throughout the region. So, when he's talking about that we're subsidized by sales tax, it's not by the individual, it's by the region. And I think one of the things that we found too is throughout the region, what works in Will County doesn't work in Cook and doesn't work in Lake. So what we're really trying to do is figure out how these little pockets could work and maybe do on-demand service, some fixed route, some Uber and Lyft, and get the most ridership we can, and quite frankly, get the benefit for all of your constituents and our riders.
Great. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your efforts to make transportation easier and more attractive here, especially in our suburban areas. It'll be a big plus for everyone.
Thank you. And you guys are great partners. So you always have been. So
I'd just like to reiterate what Chairman Kwaszewski said earlier about the executive director announcing his retirement yesterday. And that you all are public servants. Rocky's been at Pace for 40 years. Now as executive director is retiring at the end of the year. I think he's done an outstanding job. I've been around a long time, and there's a lot of executives at Pace come and go, but the one common denominator throughout its success as it's grown this great agency has been Rocky Donahue. So Rocky, thanks for your service. Thank you.
Yep, you're not leaving yet. You guys aren't done yet. County Board Member Mitchell.
Sorry. Sorry.
Roger might be able to tell you that you will be here all day. I'm just kidding. Okay, it's just a couple questions. One is if you are anticipating a change in your commuter habits, such as more at home working and that kind of thing, how is that going to affect, say, for instance, your rolling stock? Are you going to be purchasing more? Are you thinking about perhaps purchasing smaller vehicles, or where is that going?
That's a great question. And I'm gonna say a little bit, and I'll let Rocky answer the rest of it. In general, a great deal of our riders throughout the region, not just in Will County, they don't have a vehicle, so they rely on Pace. So our rolling stock, our fixed route buses, are going to be converted to zero emission at some point. We're converting to CNG in some areas, and then we're going to convert eventually to electric buses or some technology that we don't know about. So we're going to continue to monitor that and do that. But what we may end up doing is on certain routes, we may end up doing smaller buses. We may end up looking at the more on-demand service that we talked about, which are the smaller like paratransit buses that the townships have. And provide different types of rides there. We do have a van pool program currently that people can pool together and ride together to work. So, I think it's going to be a variety of different vehicles as these services get adjusted. So are you going to see, we've already gone from the 40-foot buses to 30-foot buses a number of years ago, and probably 70% of our routes, because that's all we need. And then the 40-foot buses are the ones that are, in the main parts of Cook County that are the routes that, run a great deal and have great ridership. So, we're constantly kind of looking at that, and I know we're going to look and try to work, as I talk about zero emission, we're going to try to work with like Lion Electric, who's coming into Will County, and also Rivian. Rocky's had some conversations with them about some different types of buses that they could create for us to work in some of our areas. So, Rock, did I cover everything?
No, you're absolutely right, Rick. And obviously, as we change our service to more on demand, we would definitely use smaller vehicles. We're actually right now the largest smaller bus provider transit system in the country. We have over 2,500 pieces of equipment on the road every day, and most of those are the smaller dial-a-ride vehicles, and in some cases, just cars picking up individuals within the city of Chicago. But to your specific question, as we change our service, because the post-COVID world will be different, our equipment will absolutely change with the market.
Okay, so I have another, I'm sorry. I have another, just two more, one question and then one comment. The next question is, will ride. I know in the beginning, not every township had that at its disposal, just wanting to know whether or not that is changing, or you're expanding that.
That's really a county board decision. We've worked over the past couple of years, numerous times over the past year, on what could happen countywide and so forth. It's been done in McHenry and in DuPage, and Lake is in the process of it right now. So I think you guys are looking at that, and I think that's where the market study would be able to help you formulate how that could work. And again, it'll probably work very similar. If you guys do it, it'll probably work very similar to the other counties, but would be more modified to the county needs in particular.
Okay, and then my
But that's your guys' call.
Okay.
Well, we're partners in it,
No,
so
we
yeah.
didn't have it, and we didn't have access to it as a township.
Do you have any other questions, County Board Member
I'm
Mitchell?
sorry, I did.
Yeah, all right.
Moose's was talking. It's Hal's fault. It's Hal's fault. Okay, so one more comment is a suggestion. Perhaps looking into, being a suburbanite, a lot of us would probably like an easier way to get to the airport. So perhaps in your imaginations, you could perhaps come up with something that might be a little easier and a little bit more cost effective for those who would have to go and get back and forth to both airports from the suburbs, especially this area, south.
So let
west,
me
south.
just say this, and Rocky, you can jump on right after this too. It's very easy to say we could do that, and we could, but there's some federal regulations that prevent us from like doing something from downtown Joliet to O'Hare Airport. And it's a violation of a federal charter act that basically Peoria Charter and so forth. There's kind of protections that if we're subsidized by the taxpayers, we can't take away private business that's regulated. So there are different opportunities. We could establish a route from point A to point B, but we would have to operate that route continually throughout the year, and it's a little bit of a challenge. But Rock, help me out on that.
No, so the good news is it kind of segues with Bus on Shoulders. Bus on Shoulders on I-55 was very successful. IDOT allowed us to expand it then onto the Edens. We then worked with the tollway and expanded it on I-90 from Elgin to O'Hare. So we're running right now service on I-90. It doesn't help Joliet, but from Elgin to O'Hare. And because of that, we received some of the Rebuild Illinois funding. We're doing a study right now with the tollway on the tri-state. As they are now widening the tri-state, we're looking at running service from, quite honestly, the south suburbs, the Oak Lawn area, 95th Street, up to Rosemont, where then you would connect to the Blue Line to go to O'Hare. So those corridors are there and there's opportunities, but as Rick said, sometimes it's not as easy as just put a bus route in because of a whole host of other regulations and laws we have to deal with.
So we could get you close. We could get you to Rosemont, and then you could get on the L that goes into Rosemont.
Sounds awesome. Congratulations, Rocky. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
County Board Member Ventura.
Yes, I've taken a couple of notes here on the presentation. First, I'd like to congratulate you guys for moving towards zero emissions by 2040. I think that's quite a feat. I would love to see a more advanced timeline, but it's an excellent first start. As you know, greenhouse emissions in transportation industry as a whole is the largest greenhouse emissions emitter. So, how we structure our dollars in this budget in the next, from this year to the next 10 is really very, very important. I am a huge proponent of public transportation. I think this is a super beneficial service to our communities, and subsidizing those dollars, the riding is important because it allows that service to be provided by our government and make sure that people have access. That being said, in the past, the pollutions that have been put out put a higher burden on areas that have people of color, including here in Joliet, where I reside. CNG is still a high pollutant, although it is better than diesel. Again, thank you for moving away from diesel. But in your presentation, you've got 51 to 81 CNG buses. I would encourage you guys to look at that, to lower that number. Over the next 10 years, an electric bus can save you up to $400,000, from 10 to 12 years, and the costs, and then the gas, and then, of course, those emissions that are being put out. You also have your paratransit vehicles. You've got 262 for the upcoming rolling stock. There's quite an increase. So with the new technology and industries like Lion Electric being here in Will County, when we buy electric vehicles from them, that increases, the capacity, our economic development here in our region. It provides jobs, and then of course it moves your guys' smaller vehicles over to electric. So looking at moving towards buying more electric buses or small vehicles for that paratransit, I think is very crucial, and maybe not waiting until 2040 to do that. With that being said, I do think the $10 million pilot program is great. I will be a little self-serving here in saying that we'd rather have it here in Will County than Waukegan. So if the first year pilot is good in Waukegan, I would highly recommend bringing it down here to Will County. Like I said, we've got economic development. You might even be able to work a deal with Lion Electric here locally to try and further that pilot program, especially in areas like Joliet, where you have smaller bus trips that you can get back to a charging station on. There is $39.9 million in the Illinois EPA VW settlement. Some of the other transportations like Metra, et cetera, are going after those dollars. I think it would behoove Pace to do the same, to aggressively go after those dollars so that you can have this budget and future budgets heavily on the electric buses side and go after those dollars as opposed to using tax dollars. But the last two things I'd like to point out too is that CJA was just passed this year. That did allow for more incentives for electric. So I'd like to maybe see that, if not in this budget, in future budgets. And then of course, we have the infrastructure bill at the federal level, which hasn't passed, but if it does, I would hope that we could use those incentives too, since there were quite a few for electric buses. So all of this is to basically say, I would like you to maybe look at the investment you have planned in this current budget for the CNG buses and some of these paratransit, and maybe not buy as many of those, but move them over to electric instead.
Thanks. So, I think what we're trying to do is, move forward as quick as we can with the routes that we know we can. And that's why, quite frankly, we started in the Waukegan Garage. That's not just in Waukegan, but it serves that entire area up there. But we are also working, as I said earlier, to try to figure out if we can do something with Lion Electric, also with Rivian. We're also trying to partner with other transit agencies throughout the state that are smaller, that quite frankly could benefit from Pace's numbers that we would buy in the way of smaller paratransit vehicles, to try to get those on the street as quick as possible. But as anything, it's a transition. It's a combination of cost, practicality, and quite frankly, how, buses would serve on different types of routes. So we're going to do this as aggressively as we can. That year may change. I think the 5-year projection is probably going to change after the next year when we come back. It's probably going to, it's always revised. So it'll be revised based upon our information that we get and where we're at. I'm lucky to be on the APTA, American Public Transit Association board, and on the Zero Emissions Committee. So we share a lot of information from other agencies throughout the country, and we're going to try to do this as quick as we can, but we've got to be able to deal with our existing service, keep it on the street, and be as reliable as we can as well. So, but we're certainly going to make every effort to go ahead and do that.
Thank you for considering my comments.
Board Member Freeman.
Good morning. First of all, congratulations to both of you on your new upcoming roles. And I would like to say that when a lot of people think about Pace, they think about the big buses. And I love the idea of the extension of smaller vehicle options, and I'm excited about Lions and Rivian electric options. Is there a plan, I may have missed it, but is there a plan for communicating all of these options to the public when they're finally set in place?
I guess, what do you mean, a plan to communicate what we're trying to do?
Well, that too, but you had said that right now you even have like where they can partner with people and ride in the same vehicle.
Yes. We do that. I mean, obviously we continue to do that. It's been an ongoing program with like our van pool, to give you an example. Typically we would end up working with employers and communicating that out to, their employees to get them to kind of ride share together. We certainly continue to do that on our website, and, usually like people like Beth, try to promote that at any events they go to, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce events or CED events, or whatever the types of services that we have. But Vanpool, we're one of the largest Vanpool operators in the country. So, and we try to, the quickest way to build it is through working with employers, but certainly we can do that with individuals who are neighbors. And if they're going in the same area, we could certainly do that as well. But yeah, if you've got any suggestions on a better way to communicate that information out to people, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I had never heard before of the smaller options until today.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I have a feeling the rest of a lot of the other public doesn't either. So I thought it would be nice to get that message out there somehow.
Yeah, it's a very successful program. There's also something called Rideshare on the RTA, where you can actually, punch in your address and so forth, and it could pop up like addresses near you that would be interested in using Rideshare, and then we leave it up to the two individuals to go ahead and connect via that service, and that's, I don't want to say it's free, it's whatever you work out with your neighbor. So
Right.
that's one
Okay.
option too, which Beth can make sure that you guys get all that information in an email.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Musis, do you have another comment?
Yep. I wasn't going to make this comment, but Will Ride is open to all townships or any other participants, but understand it's a partnership, and there's a cost that goes with that. So townships would have a cost, but I just wanted to put that out there. But what I really wanted to say, Rocky, it's been an absolute privilege working with you. This is Jim Eustace, if you don't know whose voice it is.
He's not done yet, Rock.
Yeah, so I just want to tell you, it's been a real privilege. You know, you've been a real asset to Frankfort Township and to Will County. You will be missed, and you have been an extraordinary, and I mean extraordinary, civil servant. And, you know, I wanted to thank you for your service. I hope you have a great retirement, and hopefully our paths will cross us another time. But you've just been fantastic, and I wanted you to know that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Moustis, for the kind words. I've enjoyed our relationship as well. Thank you.
That wraps up our questions. So I'd like to thank Chairman Kwasniewski, our Director Roger Clare, former Mayor Roger Clare. We have Elizabeth Gonzalez here as well, who's a community relations representative. And Rocky, too, I want to extend my gratitude, appreciation, not only in my role here, but my role in the Senate. You have always been someone easily accessible and always full of ideas and willingness to help. And so I really appreciate that, and I wish you the very best in your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Chairman Markham, Land Use and Development.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to begin land use and development by making the motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook.
Yes.
Moustis. Yes. Moustis, yes. Mitchell. Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier. Trainier. Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne. Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker.
Parker, yes.
Ventura.
Yes.
Coleman. Yes. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Yes. Pretzel, yes. Weigel. Yes. Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Carlitis. Yes. Carlitis, yes. Cowan. Yes. Cowan, yes.
25 members in the affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Do we have any comments from the public regarding the public hearing in land use and development? Yes. Go ahead. Why don't you just come up in? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Motion by Ballard, seconded by Freeman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook.
Yes.
Moustis. Yes. Moustis, yes. Mitchell. Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes, and I was a yes on the public hearing, but I was a attendee instead of a panelist.
Got it. Fritz.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne. Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Parker, yes.
Ventura?
Yes.
Coleman? Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel? Pretzel, yes. Weigel? Weigel, yes. Freeman?
Yes.
Curlitis? Curlitis, yes. Cowan? Cowan, yes.
26 affirmative. 26 affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. Chairman Markham.
Alrighty, so the first two cases are sister cases. And before I make the first motion, just a quick explanation. We added a condition for the second item on the agenda. So after I make the motion to approve the first one, I'm going to add the same. I'm going to make a motion to add the same condition so they're consistent. So first up, we have zoning case ZC-21-035, which is a request for a special use permit for a solar farm facility. This is in Washington Township, commonly known as vacant property on East Indiana Road, Beecher, Illinois, County Board District Number 1, and I so move.
We have a motion by Markham, second by Cowan. Any discussion? Madam
Really quick.
Speaker? Hold on, we're going through discussion real quick. Madam Speaker.
So I thank you, County Executive. I received a inquiry from a constituent, and Judy, you might know more about this than I do. So, but that there might be some broken tiles, and that the tiles need to be marked. And I'm not sure if that's something that we need to address before the construction happens, if that's possible at this point. But I have a feeling Judy knows more and probably can speak more intelligently about this than I can. So. Just wanted to raise that.
Chairman Markham, do you want to reply to that before I move on to County Board Member Ogala? I was going to call you Nuquist. Ogala.
There is one of the conditions is a agricultural mitigation agreement, and I don't know exactly if that's covered in there, so I would defer to staff if that's something that's covered in the mitigation agreement.
Some from staff on? Yep. Thank you, Brian.
Hi, Chairman Markham, members of the board. It's Brian Radner from Land Use. Prior to the site being built, they hold a pre-construction meeting and they go over all these types of things. Any field tiles that are detected and broken during the construction have to be replaced and made or possibly rerouted so that drainage patterns aren't disrupted. So that's part of the process. It's something they have to do. We've been working closely with the Will County Farm Bureau and an ag specialist to make sure that this activity is happening. And with existing facilities that are under construction right now, my understanding is that whenever that has happened, it has been taken care of. These new facilities that are before you today, I'm not really sure why there would be a broken field tile already, because there shouldn't be any development occurring with them.
Right, thank you, Brian. County Board Member Ogala.
Thank you. Thank you, Mimi, as well. So I just want to say something really quick. At Land Use Committee, I did attend PZC this month because of these SUP requests, and I'm on Land Use. So at Land Use Committee, I did make a motion to postpone these two SUPs until the ordinance could be updated, because I felt that was a better way to handle it, because we will have more coming forward next month. So what's happened is, back when this first solar farms came to Will County, we put an ordinance in place for them to follow, and the state, and, our county executive probably remembers, we worked to create an ordinance that they would have to follow for an ag mitigation agreement. And over the course of 2 years, we've learned that there have been some issues that have come up. So I had hoped to postpone the special use permit request until we had the ordinance updated, so that everyone would be working underneath the same thing. But I can make make amendments to them. First, I'll talk about the two things I'm going to ask to make amendments for, and then I'll make the motion for the amendments. So one of the things everyone has to remember is that land use operates on a complaint-driven basis. So these amendments will help them, give them the authority to not wait until a complaint comes in, but to actually be active in doing that. So one is, as Mimi mentioned about the field tiles, so one will be to have a tile expert perform and perform tile location and flagging prior to construction. So what's happened in the past, the solar panels were put on and then a tile was found and then they did fix it, which was great, but we feel that if we change that, then that will prevent any tiles from being broken. And tiles are used for drainage in the field and they help prevent other fields surrounding it or neighboring property, if it's a residential area, from being possibly flooded out. So that's one thing. And the other one, which we've had some issues with, is the ground cover and maintenance. Again, it's complaint driven, so people have to call in and complain. And so we've seen weeds. I've got a picture with weeds as tall as I am, and that's unacceptable. And that's why Washington Township requested that both these SUPs be denied. So I'll be making a motion that we make an amendment so that the mowing will occur 4 times a year during the growing season. And then one more thing before I do that, so the background is complete. The good news is that Land Use has hired Russ Higgins. He is a weed specialist, so he can help us out with noxious weeds, because noxious weeds are an issue we had with the county. With the state, rather, we were in violation. So he's hired now, so he knows what a good weed is and a bad and noxious weed, because they're very hard to determine some of those weeds apart. So he is also on this job task now, so that helps us out. So I would like to make a motion to add a condition to require that the tile expert perform the tile location and flagging to the field prior to any construction of the solar farm.
So we have a motion by Ogala, seconded by Berkowitz. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? Speaker Cowan?
Can I just ask Assistant State's Attorney Tatro, just for clarification, if we have an ordinance that I'm just checking in to see if this is actually legal?
It is. We can do that.
Hold on one second, Mary, we're getting you on here.
Okay.
Is that you, is you're on? Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you amend it specifically if it is a condition you want for that specific property, you would have to do it now. If it's a general condition such as mowing, and more of a property maintenance issue that would apply to all properties, then you can do that at any time.
County Board Member Van Dyne?
Thank you and good morning. The way I look at this amendment, it's no different than any other job pre-construction meeting that they have. They're required to duly utilities such as water, electricity, and fiber and so forth. So I would be in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we have an amended motion by Judy Ogal, second by Julie Berkowitz. Do we take roll? No. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Oh, Mueller, yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala.
Yes.
Ogala, yes. Cook.
Yes.
Mustis.
Yes.
Mustis, yes. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Van Dyne, yes. Balich.
Yes.
Balich, yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Winfrey, yes. Parker.
Yes.
Ventura.
Yes.
Coleman. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Yes. Pretzel, yes. Weigel.
Yes.
Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Curlitis.
Yes.
Curlitis, yes. Cowan.
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
26 affirmative, the motion passed. Tyler, I now need a motion to,
I'd like to add a second. Can I add a second? I'm going to add another amendment right now as well.
yeah, okay.
So the Second Amendment, and our state's attorney addressed the fact about mowing, but the problem is the current ordinance does not require mowing as much as is needed, as we've determined. And so these would be ordinance changes that I would put in, and actually Tyler has put it on the Land Use Committee for discussion next month. But until that's changed, I will be making motions to add these amendments now so that they're set with these current SUPs.
Just want, this is as a condition of the special use permit, correct?
Correct. This is an amendment for a mowing so that we cannot have weeds as tall as myself or others in the room. So I would like to make a motion regarding ground cover maintenance. I would like to have it be that we will have mowing 4 times a year during the growing season, with the opportunity to mow 2 weeks for each one of these times because rain might prevent them from mowing. So it would be to mow the last week of June or the first week of July. That's one time. The last week of July, the first week of August, it's the second. Third time would be the last week of August, the first week of September. And the last one, the last week of September, the first week of October. It's kind of complicated, but if we get a week of rain, it's very difficult. So I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Ogala, seconded by Balich. Previous roll call by Berkowitz, second by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
I'll make a motion to pass the SUP as amended.
I have something before we do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion that the part that I was alluding to earlier, to be consistent with the second one, was actually kind of deals with what Judy was just speaking of, is the actual area that they have to maintain. So I'll make the motion to add the condition that the operator shall maintain the area between the right of way and the fence line of the solar array, approximately the southern 634 feet by 174 feet, which is shown to be within the lease area. And
I'll
that's
second that.
So we're on a third amendment. So we have a motion by Markham, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Mustis, seconded by Balich. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I'll make the motion to approve the zoning case CC-21-035 as amended.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Cowan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next up is number 2, which is zoning case ZC-21-037. This is a request for a special use permit for a solar farm facility in Washington Township, commonly known as vacant property on East Indiana Road, Beecher, Illinois, County Board District number 1. And I make the motion to approve.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Freeman. Is there any discussion? County Board Member Ogala?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to make a motion to add the condition for the tile expert to perform the location and flagging prior to any construction.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mustis. Is there any discussion? I'm sorry. Okay. State's Attorney, Tatro.
I mean, it appears that everyone is in agreement based on the previous one. So if you want to make a motion to amend to add all 3 new conditions, you can do that. If there's discussion, somebody wants to remove one, you can.
So I think the third amendment that Tyler made would be slightly different because it has the location of that solar farm would be different. But I will make a motion to add the first two conditions to amend the SUP, to add the first two conditions, one related to the tile and the other to the ground maintenance. I'll make that motion.
Motion by O'Gala, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call count. Second, Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So the third amendment, or the third thing doesn't have to be added because it was added in committee. So we're good to go. So I'll make the motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Motion by Markham, seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Cowan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All righty, next up we have number 3, which is zoning case ZC-21-053, which is a request for a zoning map amendment from A1 to E2. This takes place in Green Garden Township, commonly known as 24129 South Center Road, Frankfort, Illinois, County Board District Number 2. This was voted unanimously out of PZC and unanimously out of Land Use and Development, and I make the motion to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Cowan, seconded by Colitis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Forgot to unmute myself. Next up, we have our Land Use and Development Committee resolutions. We only have one this month, which is 21-327, which is authorizing the first extension, 21-006, a special use permit for a truck terminal for zoning case ZC-19-047. This takes place in Joliet Township, commonly known as vacant property on Manhattan Road in Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 8. The applicant just ran into some delays due to COVID and the supply chain, so I'll make a motion to approve the request.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
That concludes Land Use and Development. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 9th at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. Moving on to Finance Committee, Chair Harris.
Good morning, County Executive, County Board members, and all in attendance. First item I have on the agenda is the monthly financial report to be placed on file. I have 2 reports. The first one is a report from the Illinois Department of Revenue showing sales tax remitted to Will County for the month of July 2021 to be $2,991,248.51. The RTA tax received was $3,411,295.62 for a total of $6,402,544.13. The next one is the Will County Monthly Treasury Report dated August 31st, 2021 from the Will County Treasurer Tim Brophy. I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Harris, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call.
Freeman.
Freeman, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the next item for your information is the monthly summary of sales tax and cannabis tax collection. There's nothing to vote on that. This is for information that's submitted to finance as well as the county board each month from the county executive office. So look that over. If you got any questions, send those through the channels. The next resolution is 21-328. This is determination of the estimate of the annual aggregate levy. This levy, give you a little background on it. While we have stable revenue source, property taxes are about 39% of the county total revenues. This levy includes a 1.014% consumer price index CPI adjustment and the inclusion of new property in the county since last year. The 1.014% is a natural result of national inflation during this economic recovery year and the county's growth. with the inclusion of the new property. Will County makes up 6.6% of every tax bill compared to other taxing districts. The tax rate, the Will County portion, as you know, Will County is growing, and over the last 4 years, the county tax base has increased 4.5%. The equalized assessed value of Will County property has increased by $1 billion since 2020. While the county is growing, the tax obligation has been spread out across more property tax bill, leading to a decreased rate. This attributed to a growth in residential, commercial, and industrial property. The Will County tax rate has consistently decreased over the last 5 years. The tax rate has gone from 0.5986% in 2017 to 0.528% in 2021. We had a discussion, as we do every year, about the CPI, and if we would not take the CPI and new property adjustment, will result in a $3.8 million cut in the corporate fund. Will be unable to use money from other sources to make up this amount. This happens at a time of growing public safety and building expense. Most of the impact will most likely be on our growing personnel and maintenance costs. This results in a heavy impact on the growing public safety and judicial line items, which make up 66% of the county operating expense. Deferred maintenance on the new and old facility resulting in increased future expenses. As far as public safety, 2/3 of our budget is spent on public safety, both sheriff and judicial operations. 42% to the sheriff and 24% on the judicial operation, which includes the circuit clerk, circuit court, courthouse building, state's attorney, juvenile justice, and public defender. So a $3.8 million cut will most likely result in public safety cuts, as well as impact on our personnel, and we will not be able to hire sheriff's deputies, no new court personnel to respond to the growing needs, assistant state's attorney, public defenders, circuit court, circuit clerks, circuit clerical staff, and court security, and no new deputy coroners. The committee, the 4-4 vote, therefore there is no recommendation from the finance committee. With that being said, I will make a motion to approve Resolution 21-328, determination of estimated of the annual aggregate levy.
By Harris, seconded by Cowan. Any discussion? County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, you know, I necessarily am not in favor of taking the levy to the maximum allowed. When the chairman of the finance committee talks about cuts, you're not cutting anything. You're cutting growth. You're not cutting into last year's budget. It's not a matter of are you cutting, it's how much are you letting it grow. So I think that should be said, because I don't want the public to get the wrong idea, like we're actually cutting something. We would not be. We're just not growing it as quickly if we don't approve this maximum amount allowed in the levy. So I'm a no, but so I just want to say I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
County Board Member Gala.
Thank you. So no matter what board I would sit on, I don't ever support taxing to the max. Living in Illinois, we hear about our constituents always saying, our property taxes are so high. I do understand the fact that Will County's portion is low compared to other portions, and our highest portion is the state. Hopefully the state would actually get together and make a good plan for providing more tax dollars to the school system so that our local taxes could go down. So that's my opinion on this, and thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Balich.
Yesterday in our caucus, we talked about the budget, and one of the things that bothered me about it was besides going to the max, I think it's a time we should be cutting tax dollars, which is more important than cutting percentages, because everybody's assessment's going to go up, because all the people from Chicago wanted to get away from that garbage and come out to Will County. And so now all of our homes went up in value. So now people that didn't make so much money lately are going to have to pay more money in taxes because we're going by a rate. So in my township, we're gonna cut it by dollars, not by rates. But that's just one reason I don't like it. The other thing is that we have all the money from the American Recovery Act in there as a revenue. And this is what I'm hearing at caucus. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. But there's no thing showing the expense going out. So you have money coming in, but you don't have an expense going out. So it looks like you got a lot more money than you got. So unless I can get it clarified, you know, that's what I think's happening. It's not transparent to say you got $1 million coming in and nowhere to spend it. So I don't know if I said it right, but that's kind of what I'm hearing.
Thank you. County Board Member Mueller?
Thank you. I just wanted to correct a couple things on the record here. The school districts in Illinois are where the highest part of your property tax bills go to. If you're interested in talking with your state representatives about evidence-based funding that was passed in this state recently to help deal with some of those problems, that would be your next step in that. I also want to point out that while I appreciate not cutting anything, I also want to be careful that we are providing the best possible services that we can to the residents of the county here. This is a discussion we have every year that I've been on the board, that some folks don't like to increase the levies or take the full levy and things like that. I just want to also remind folks that Will County's tax rate has consistently decreased over the last 5 years due to the growth of the county. So a lot of these things factor in, and I'm going to be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Weigel?
I'm not in favor of taking the CPI. Our property taxes continue to grow every year, and I think governmental bodies should restrain from taking CPI. So I'm going to be voting against that. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Fiscal.
In the budget presentation, we were told that the budget's down $16 million, and yet we're raising taxes. I don't understand it. I'm voting no.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Leave it alone. I just want to say that I don't support this because when you talk to your constituents, and we're homeowners as well, and we pay our property taxes. I've not seen my property taxes decrease from any entity, and Meta mentioned school board. Our particular taxes increased $200 for the school board, the school district. So listening to the difficulty that our neighbors are having, everything is the cost of insurance, the cost of gas, the cost of food. Everybody is asking the question, how are we going to continue to handle this? And for that reason, we have to consider that when we vote for a tax increase, the people who are paying that tax increase are businesses and our residents, and they're struggling right now. So I think that's the conversation we need to be having. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we had a motion by Harris, seconded by Cowan. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. No. Frizzalone, no. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. No. Ogala, no. Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. No. Mustis, no. Mitchell.
No.
Mitchell, no. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
No.
Gould.
No.
Van Dyne. Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich.
No.
Balich, no. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Winfrey, yes. Parker?
No.
Ventura? Ventura, yes. Coleman? Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
No.
Berkowitz, no. Pretzel?
No.
Pretzel, no. Weigel?
No.
Weigel, no. Freeman?
Sorry, yes.
Crolitis? No. Crolitis, no. Cowan? Yes. Cowan, yes.
14 affirmative, 12 negative. With 14 affirmative, the motion carries. Chairman Harris.
Okay, thank you. Next is Resolution 21-329. This established an all-in budget for the renewable natural gas plant in the Prairie View Landfill Recycling Center. This passed out of committee, and there was, since that passage, there's quite a bit of inquiries concerned about the dollar amounts and the numbers and everything. So with that being said, I would like to motion to remand this back to finance so that we can do some additional work and have fully vetted resolution for the November meeting. So I so move.
Okay, so a motion to remand back to committee by Harris, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. County Board Member Balich.
You know, I'd like to see a committee of the whole on the whole RNG and landfill, because there's too many confusing things going on, and I don't really understand them. You hear it in meetings, you hear them in caucus, you hear them, you know, and I see we went from 38 million to the cost of 58 or 55 or 51, I don't know, but it's about $20 million since January. So I want to see a committee of the whole, and I'll make a motion if I can to have a committee of the whole to examine at that meeting or go over the RNG and the landfill, all the different aspects of the whole thing.
County Board Member Balich, you don't need to make a motion to do that. That's something that can just be organized via the process and talking to the speaker.
Just,
yeah, you can try.
just Julie's, I don't know if she has a comment or not. Oh, okay.
All good.
She's good.
Okay.
I'm going to tell her to stop.
So we have we have a motion to postpone this, a motion and second, Madam Clerk, to remand back to committee. I think we're done with discussion. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Yes. Mustis, yes. Mitchell. Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne. Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Winfrey, yes. Parker.
Parker, yes.
Ventura. Ventura, yes. Coleman. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Pretzel, yes. Weigel. Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Crolitis. Crolitis, yes. Cowan. Cowan, yes.
26 affirmative, the motion carries. Chair Harris.
Yeah, and I just want to make a note once again.
Hold on one second. The vote's done, Mr. Moussis. Is there?
A quick comment on the last item.
Sure.
You know, I just want to say, I guess I'm speaking to Member Balich. You know, if you're, come to the Finance Committee and you'll learn all about this. There may be a time for a committee of the whole when the management of the facility is talking about. I know there's negotiations. But just come to the committee. You'll get all your answers. And you can ask all your questions.
Thank you.
So.
And Mr. Balich, I'll also extend the invitation to come in, and we'll be happy to sit down with the one-on-one and go through the proposal as well. Chairman Harris.
Thank you. Next is Resolution 21-330. This is authorizing the Sheriff Department to purchase of in-car cameras from their 2021 budget. In summary, the money was set aside for vehicle purchase, but it's going to be a delay in getting those vehicles. So rather than lose the money, they're asking to purchase in-car cameras out of this year's budget money, and maybe get the cars next year as part of the vehicle replacement plan. So I so move.
Motion by Harris, seconded by Van Dyne. Previous roll call.
Freeman.
Berkowitz, second by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next is 21-331. This is renewing the contract for the annual audit. I so move.
Motion by Harris, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next is 21-332. This is transferring funds in the Will County Health Department FY21 budget. I so move.
Motion by Harris, seconded by Berkowitz. Any discussion? County Board Member Berkowitz.
I know there was discussion, Sue had mentioned that they had some funds that they hadn't had transferred. Are these part of those funds?
Yeah. County Board, I'm sorry. Karen, are you on?
This is Sue Olenek here.
Okay. Well, hold on. Hold on a second, Sue. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. Yes, these are dollars that are already in our budget. What we're trying to do is move them from the personnel side to the non-personnel side, which is required by, the requirements of the county. So it's money in the budget. We just want to move it from the personnel to the non-personnel.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Is there a previous Winfrey, seconded by Ventura? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, next is 21-333. This is transferring appropriations within the various county budgets. I so move.
Motion by Harris, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Mustis. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
The last resolution is 21-334. This is authorizing the county executive to execute necessary document for the delinquent tax program. I so move.
Motion by Harris, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Cowan, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, that concludes my report. The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for November 2nd, 2021 at 11 a.m. And just a reminder, we do have a tentative meeting scheduled for November 9th to continue discussion with the budget. And if possible, we may have another meeting before county board. So thank you.
Thank you. My friends here on the county board, I cannot turn this meeting over to anyone else. So we are going to be taking a 5-minute recess. We will be back. We will start exactly in 5 minutes. So we're recessing for 5 minutes, please. Ready for this? Welcome back. Mr. Van Dyne, are you ready to go? Thank you very much for your patience. Mr. Van Dyne, Public Works and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Executive, and good afternoon to the board members and everybody in attendance this afternoon. We have 6 resolutions to consider, starting with number 1, 21-335, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between the Village of Romeoville and the County of Will for placement of license plate reading cameras located on county highways in the County of Will, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Weigel. Is there any discussion? Previous roll call? Nope, I'm sorry. Would you like a roll call? Or you have a comment? County Board Member Ventura.
Yes, I have voted no before on this. I will be voting no today. I feel that this is a overreach of our government to continue to monitor each of our license plates. You know, we used to have a say in this country, innocent until proven guilty, but the fact that we're recording every single person indicates that we don't necessarily feel that as a society. So I'll be voting no on this one and the next one as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller? Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala? Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook?
Yes.
Mustis? Yes. Mustis, yes. Mitchell? Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
No.
Okay. Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Van Dyne, yes. Balich?
You're going to be a no.
Oh. Balich, no. Are we changing? Okay. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Parker, yes.
Ventura? Ventura, no. Coleman? Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Yes. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel? Yes. Pretzel, yes. Weigel? Yes. Weigel, yes. Freeman?
Yes.
Curlitis? No. Curlitis, no. Cowan? No. Cowan, no.
County Board Member Mitchell, did you want to change your vote? Thank you.
20 affirmative, 6 negative.
With 20 affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you. Number 2, 21-336, authorizing an IGA between the City of Crest Hill and the County of Will for placement of license plate reading cameras located on county highways in the County of Will, and I'll make the motion.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Weigel. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Ventura. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes. Yep, that's what it is. Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry, we're getting punchy.
Resolution 21-337, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for right-of-way acquisition services for several parcels of property along Kankakee County Line Road, County Highway 58 over Pike Creek, County Board District 1, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller? Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala? Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook?
Yes.
Mustis? Mustis, yes. Mitchell? Mitchell, yes. Tyson?
Tyson, yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Van Dyne, yes. Balich? Balich, yes. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Parker, yes.
Ventura? Ventura, yes. Coleman? Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel? Pretzel, yes. Weigel? Weigel, yes. Freeman?
Yes.
Crolitis? Crolitis, yes. Cowan? Cowan, yes.
26 affirmative, the motion carries.
Resolution 21-338, authorizing approval of establishment of altered speed zone 594, County Board District 2, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Aye. 21-339, authorizing approval of establishment of altered speed zone 595, County Board District 2, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Mitchell, second by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm sorry. Go ahead, County Board Member.
I'd just like to make a comment. And you guys don't understand how happy the people in that district will be, because every single day they report different things happening on Facebook regarding that intersection. So, I think that's a great job that we've done this and made these changes to help improve safety. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had a motion, a second, previous roll call and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
And lastly, 21-340, authorizing execution of Illinois Commerce Commission stipulated agreement 2167 concerning second phase engineering for the development of contract plans at Gauger Road, Highway Rail Grade Crossing of Wisconsin Central. Tracks near New Lenox, Will County, Illinois, County Board District 12, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Weigel. Previous roll call by Pretzel, second Crolitis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting will be scheduled for November 2nd, 2021 at 9 a.m. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Chair Tyson.
Thank you, County Exec. I have nothing to report today. Our next Diversity and Inclusion Committee meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, November the 3rd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Ventura, Public Health and Safety Committee.
Yes, thank you. The first item I have to place on file is the Will County Health Department and Community Health Annual Report from 2020. You guys can find it in your mailboxes, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Cowan. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is 21-341, awarding contracts for Community Health Center Women's Health Renovations, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Cowan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-342, renewing contracts for security guard services at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Cowan, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-343, renewing contracts for medical products at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Cowan, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-344, awarding bid for nursing services, CNA, LPN, and RN at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motioned by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Ogala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-345, awarding bid for disposable washcloths at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Previous by Carlitis, seconded by Cowan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-346, awarding bid for disposable incontinence supplies at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And my last is 21-347, awarding bid for exam gloves at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll. Carlitis, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And our
Motion
next Public
carries.
Health and Safety Committee meeting is scheduled for, sorry, you didn't say all in favor, my bad, is scheduled for November 3rd, 2021 at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Winfrey, Legislative and Judicial Committee.
Good morning, Madam Executive. Thank you to Chair Coleman for managing the committee. In my absence, I'll defer to her for the report.
Good afternoon. First on the agenda is 21-348, the request for increase in state issue license for treatment centers. I'm recommending that that be remanded back to committee because some language needs to be changed. So I'm calling for a motion for that to be remanded back to the committee.
Motion by Coleman to be remanded back to committee. Second, Mueller. Previous roll call by Ventura.
Second, Fritz.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, then we have 21-349 in support of Will County's military and veteran caregivers, designating Will County as a Hidden Heroes County, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Coleman, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Ogala. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, and a quick update from federal level that the priorities that were requested through Senator Durbin for our county has passed in the Senate. That would include a behavioral work initiative, which is we in Joliet, water main replacement, NIC unit at Silver Cross, and a rapid response program for opiate overdose. So it has passed through the Senate. The update, I'm going to make sure that Beth gets what I received, or Nick has it as well, so everyone can kind of read through that. There's quite a few things around the Chicagoland area, but those are the 4 specific things to Will County. With that said, our next Legislative and Judicial Committee meeting is scheduled for November 9th, 2021 at 9 a.m.
Thank you. It's my understanding that our Christian McNichol's here, and you'd like to come up and say a few words or get a picture? Is that what I'm... With whom? Yes.
Your meeting, and especially to County Board Member Coleman and Freeman for bringing the Hidden Heroes back to Will County to our attention. I really wanted you guys all to get to meet Amy Georgakopoulos. She is the senior specialist, the veteran service officer in our office that helps specifically veterans that are 65 and older and their caregivers. So this resolution that you're passing with recognition from the Elizabeth Dole Foundation not only is going to be able to give Amy the opportunity to present other resources to our veterans and their caregivers in Will County, but you're really drastically impacting the lives of our vets. So I'd like Amy to say a couple words, and that's about it.
Hi, thank you for your time today. Everyone that has a family member that needs care knows that care for the caregiver is actually a real thing. A lot of the things that I come in contact with, especially for our military veterans, is their family member caregivers. They have emotional stress, physical stress, because their biggest concern is trying to figure out who is going to take care of their loved one. So being that we can partner with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation and the Hidden Heroes program, we can help together give those caregivers some relief. They can have a break. They can go out to the store. I met with a client yesterday who was crying in my office because she's trying to reason with the fact if she should put the veteran in a facility, but she doesn't want to do that. That's her husband. She needs to take care of herself. She can't. And she's worried about who's going to take care of her husband if she can't. So this is going to open some great opportunities for our veterans and their caregivers.
Thank you very much. Before we entertain, I understand they want to take a picture. I know Micah Freeman has been instrumental in pushing this too, but County Board Member Coleman, would you like to take a picture with the crew there? While we're doing, County Board Member O'Gala, you have a comment? Did you have a comment, County Board Member O'Gala? Oh.
I want you in the middle.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. We're moving on to Chair Brooks, Capital Improvements Committee. I'm sorry, you hear, Chair Brooks, you hear me? Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Executive and ladies and gentlemen that are still hanging in there with us. I have, first of all, we had updates, as we always do in our committee. But I have two resolutions to bring forward, and I was informed on yesterday, Madam Executive, that the Executive Office didn't have an opportunity to complete the paperwork for the agreement, so I believe I'm being asked to table this the next month.
County Board Member Brooks, would you like to table both 21-350 and 21-351?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay, so we have a motion to table 21-350, 21-351. Is there a second? Second by Cowan. Previous roll call by O'Gala, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Well, actually, that ends my conversation because that was the only two I had to bring forward. That completes my report. My next committee meeting is November the 2nd, following the Transportation Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker Cowan, Executive Committee.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Executive. I'd like to start with making a motion to place on file the Will County Clerk Elections Report for 2020-2021.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura.
Previous
roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I would now like to make a motion to open the public hearing to discuss an ordinance prohibiting the use of groundwater as a potable water supply by the installation or use of potable water supply wells or by any other method.
Motion by Cowan to go into public hearing, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller?
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist?
Yes.
O'Gala? Yes. O'Gala, yes. Cook?
Yes.
Mustis? Yes. Mustis, yes. Mitchell? Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson?
Tyson, yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Okay. Fritz?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich? Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Yes.
Ventura? Ventura, yes. Coleman? Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel? Pretzel, yes. Weigel? Weigel, yes. Freeman?
Yes.
Krolitis? Curlitis, yes. Cowan.
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
Thank you. 26 affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public regarding this matter? Seeing no public comments, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Moostis.
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Nice try.
Let's try that.
I wish. Mueller?
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala? Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook?
Yes.
Moostis? Yes. Moostis, yes. Mitchell? Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson?
Tyson, yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich? Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Yes.
Ventura? Yes. Ventura, yes. Coleman? Yes. Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Yes. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel? Yes. Pretzel, yes. Weigel? No. Weigel, yes. Freeman?
Yes.
Curlitis? Curlitis, yes. Cowan?
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
Public hearing is now closed.
All right,
Speaker.
21-352, prohibiting the use of groundwater as a potable water supply by the installation or use of potable water supply wells or by any other method within the specified limits surrounding the property at 1306 McKinley Avenue, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District 8. And so I move, and I think if there are any questions, we do have the folks from SciTech on the line as well.
So we have a motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
I would like to make a motion to open the public hearing to discuss amending the solid waste disposal ordinance and to increase clean construction demolition and demolition debris fees based on amendments to the Illinois Environmental Protection Act.
Second, Mueller.
We have a motion by Cowan to go into in public hearing, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller?
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala? Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook?
Yes.
Moostis? Yes. Moostis, yes. Mitchell? Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson?
Tyson, yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier? Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich? Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks?
Yes.
Winfrey? Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Yes.
Ventura? Yes. Ventura, yes. Coleman? Yes. Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Yes. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel? Yes. Pretzel, yes. Weigel? Yes. Weigel, yes. Freeman?
Yes.
Curlitis? Curlitis, yes. Cowan?
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
26 affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public regarding this matter? With no public comment, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved, Cowan.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller?
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala? Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook?
Yes.
Moostis? Yes. Moostis, yes. Mitchell? Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson?
Tyson, yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich? Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks? Brooks? He's like gone. Winfrey? Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Yes.
Ventura? Yes. Ventura, yes. Coleman? Yes. Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Pretzel, yes. Weigel. Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Curlitis. Curlitis, yes. Cowan.
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
Brooks, yes, also.
Got it. Thank
Get,
you.
get it off mute.
26 affirmative.
26 affirmative, the motion carries.
Alrighty, 21-353, amending the solid waste disposal ordinance, Title 5, Chapter 50, squiggly line 50.43, to increase clean construction and demolition debris fees based on amendments to the Illinois Environmental Protection Act, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Winfrey.
Previous roll Mueller.
Previous roll call by Mueller. Second by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so the next two items, we have been working on a compromise, and those conversations are still ongoing. So as I've said publicly before, and we've talked about with leadership, if we thought there was a chance to compromise and we needed time to do it, we wanted to provide that. So I would like to make a motion for 21-354 to postpone the Will County reapportionment plan to a special meeting. And I know there's been some discussion about when that will be. We'll try to get it done sooner rather than later because the county clerk needs to redraw the precinct lines to fit the new maps as best as possible. So to give her time to do that and make sure we do it in time, we'll be working on that date. Board members, please keep an eye on your emails for a message from Beth about how to schedule that. So I'd like to make a motion to postpone 21-354 to a special meeting.
Second, Freeman.
Mueller.
Aye.
I am unable to hear if there is talk going on.
I'm sorry. Yes, sorry about that. We're going to do that again. So sorry, because I had my microphone off, so I do apologize. So there was a motion to postpone item number 621-354, the Will County reapportionment plan. Cowan made a motion, I believe it was seconded by Moostis, or no, by Ballage, right, sorry. We're going to do some discussion here. I see we have a question now. County Board Member Berkowitz.
I have a question about the purpose of this special meeting that is yet to be scheduled. Is this a meeting where every commissioner will have the opportunity to ask questions and have a discussion and actually have some information? Or what type of a meeting is this?
We're not tabling it, we're postponing it.
What? She just wants to explain what the next meeting's
Sure,
going to be.
but Muse just raised a point of order question. There's no discussion on tabling allowed. Is there a discussion on postponing allowed? No, okay.
Sorry, we'll be able to answer that question after then. Wait.
Up tabling and postponing, because postponing does allow discussion. Tabling doesn't because it's conditional. There is no condition here, and she did make the motion to postpone, so there is discussion.
I'm going to follow the recommendation of the state's attorney, so there's no discussion. I will be more than happy to follow up with you in regards to what it's a special meeting for all board members. Yeah. Well, you don't get muted here, so, but thank you. Okay, we're going to take a roll call vote. So there's a motion to postpone the reapportionment plan. We have a motion, a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller.
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. No. Ogala, no. Cook.
Yes.
Mustis.
Eustace.
Mustis. Mitchell.
Pain with pain.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier,
Yes.
Fritz,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Van Dyne. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Balich, yes. Brooks,
Yes.
Winfrey. Winfrey, yes. Parker,
Parker, yes.
Ventura. Ventura, yes. Coleman. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Markham, yes. Berkowitz. Berkowitz, no. Pretzel. Pretzel, yes. Weigel. Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Crolitis. Crolitis, yes. Cowan.
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
24 affirmative, 2 negative. With 24 members voting in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you. So to clarify, the special meeting for number 6 and number 7 will be a full board meeting, and it will be publicly posted as all of our meetings are legally, and the goal would be to have the map that we would be voting on publicly posted at the time of that meeting so that board members and the public will have a chance to examine that. And as in all of our meetings, discuss and provide comment and feedback. During that vote, as dictated by statute, we will also have to set the salary for the members of the board of the Will County Board. So since we have postponed number 6, I would like to make a motion to postpone number 7, 21-355, setting salaries for members of the Will County Board.
I will come to you with you in 1 second. We're going to get a motion, and then I'll go to discussion. Can I get a motion? Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Discussion. County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, really, this is a question for Mary, and we did have a discussion about this yesterday at the Republican caucus. I misspoke. Then I was told that's not the way we've done it in the past. So it was pointed out to me that 10 years ago, there was one resolution for the map and salary. They weren't separate resolutions. And perhaps that's how we have to do it procedurally, according to state statute. So I'm just wondering, is it one resolution or is it 2 separate resolutions? I was told it has to be now one resolution, but I don't know that for certain. That's why I'm asking the question. So we're procedurally correct going into the special county board meeting. So, Mary, that's my question to you, I guess.
Ann, okay. So the statute says that you have to decide both at the same time. You know, it says that you shall set the county board manner of compensation and set their salaries at the same time. Now, it's not clear what that means. I will check to see if there's any case law. I don't think that there is. I know it was done with one resolution last year, but I would prefer, for my own comfort level, to look into it a little more closely to make sure we get it right.
Mary, can you see if it's, I can look at the county board staff also. Can you go back, say, for the last 30 years, it's 3 times? Is that the way, is our best practice then to do it at the, in one resolution? That's all.
I know that 10 years ago you did it with one resolution. How you did it how it was done 20 or 30 years ago, I don't know.
Because past practice can help maybe define that too.
Yeah, I mean, we could also reach out to other counties and see how other counties have done it as well. But we'll check. I will do some research into it.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks.
County Board Member Mitchell, you have a question, comment?
Yes, I actually don't understand why we can't have the discussion now. I understand why we probably might not want to do the map yet because we're still kind of working that out. But we don't even, we could at least open the discussion of the county board member salaries. I don't see a problem with that. There's nothing, is there anything legally precluding us from doing that, or?
Either way. There's not a resolution right now we're posting, so there's no discussion on item we're not voting on. So you could, when it goes back to the full board, you'll be able to discuss it when you're actually voting on it.
Okay, so.
County Board Member Frizzalone?
Kind of my same question. When are we going to discuss
salaries. I mean, the map is a map, but the salaries, are we just gonna discuss it 5 minutes before we vote on it? Is there a proposal out there from the other side who's obviously driving this? I mean, I'd like to see something so we could talk about it and calculate it. I mean, I'll have my calculator there, but I don't wanna.
Your answer's no.
County Board Member Trenier, you're unmuted.
I give up.
County Board, or Speaker, do you want to? No, you're fine, okay. County Board Member Berkowitz.
I wanted to ask a question, and I was told it wasn't the time, we couldn't have a discussion, and then we took a vote, and then my question was answered. So I find it very confusing why we couldn't just answer my question before the vote, but we had to wait until the vote, and then the question was answered, and that was regarding the meeting. So now we're talking about setting salaries, and from what I'm hearing is we're not supposed to talk about that today. We are supposed to postpone that. Is that correct?
So, I mean, I can look it up. I got Robert's rules here. I'll
But
look up
my
postpone
point
and
is
we can have a
that
conversation.
salaries were discussed, at significant length at the last, might have been the executive meeting where cost of living was brought up. There was several statements that, some of our commissioners believe that it was time for a cost of living increase for elected officials. So it's already been discussed and it's been brought up. So I'm just wondering why right now, today, we're being told it's not the right time.
Well, I'm going to just interject here because and I'll get to you, Mr. Pritchell, so you talk to. I'm going to interject here. There's nothing for us to vote on and discuss right now. It's going back, so you don't even have the information. So all we're going to hear right now is comments on something that is not even real. You don't have anything to look at, to discuss. I mean, in general conversation, this is what you want to do in committee, and I've seen your committees. They allow everyone to speak at the committee. So again, we don't have a proposal that to even discuss. You're going to be discussing on something that's not even, even on the agenda yet. So I'm not really sure what you are going to be discussing. So I'm going to move on with this meeting. This is chair of this board, I get to do that. We're going to ask Mr. Pretzel if he'd like to make a comment. Just, I'll call on you. Go ahead, Mr. Presco, please speak.
Thank you. I mean, there obviously seems to be some confusion even amongst ourselves. I imagine people from the public have tuned in because it's on the agenda. It says setting salary for members of the Will County Board. I don't understand what it is we're waiting for to have that discussion. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Right now, they're still in negotiations with the map, your County Board Member Gould, with County Board Member Markham. They're still in negotiation with the map, so they are waiting to do, we're still unclear, as Mr. Frizzalone asked, whether we have to put them together or separate. So we have to, right now, it's not really clear if we have to do them together or separate, and so the past practice was that we did them together, so we're waiting to do them both together. County Board Member Ventura. It's not going to matter. I'm moving on, but go ahead.
This is clarifying for our process moving forward, because I know we've talked about this before. When I said there was discussion, I want to read exactly what it is the discussion isn't limited to. So postponement is debatable, but permissible debate is restricted to pros and cons of the postponement and to what the question should be postponed. Debate may not go into the merits of the main motion. So to answer Julie's question, we can talk about whether you agree with postponing or not, and you could say things like, I believe we have the information now, we should talk about it now, or you could say things like, we don't have all the information yet, we should not talk about it yet, and then we take the vote based on that. What we're not allowed to talk about is the thing we're trying to postpone until that vote has been taken. If at that point it's postponed, we cannot have any further discussion about that item. If it is not postponed, then we would go right into discussion of the item. So when I said to clarify, yes, you can have discussion about postponing, but not about the item that you're trying to postpone. I hope that clears it up. And then back to tabling, that is conditional, so there's no discussion about it because it would rely on something physically happening first or not happening. So you wouldn't need to discuss it because it's an if-then. I hope that clarifies that.
Thank you. County Board Member Frizzalone.
To the postponement, when we voted on salaries every 2 years, that recommendation has always come out of the executive committee. So if we're not going to have an executive committee before we have the special meeting, then how are we going to postpone it till after the special meeting and then do it at the same time potentially as the map vote? I'm getting confused on timetables here and what we do.
We don't need, procedurally, we don't need an executive committee meeting to put something on the agenda of a special meeting. I will take full personal responsibility for not starting the conversation about salaries earlier. I was so focused on the map and the discussions about that frankly, it wasn't really on my radar. And that's on me, and you can, you've got a scowl on your face, and I know you don't believe me, and you think this is some kind of political chicanery. It's not. It's an honest mistake. And we will be able to have a full and open conversation about it. And if the Republican caucus wants to bring forward a proposal, they are more than welcome to. They've had caucus meetings. They are welcome to do that. Thank you.
County Board Member Mitchell, do you have a follow-up?
I'm new, so I'm really asking questions honestly, because I do not honestly understand why we can't. Last month, when we had our meeting, we didn't have enough information to discuss it. So this month, and I understand, Speaker, that you didn't, that wasn't at the forefront, but at least we can. I don't understand why we can't just open the discussion and then, we have to discuss it further in a different meeting, a different time. We should be able to do that. That's all. So I just don't think we should postpone this discussion. That's all. And I'm done talking.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. Okay, so we're running out of time. And again, my question about the special meeting, and Rachel, that's what my question was about, not the item on the agenda. It was about the special meeting. At the special meeting, I'm assuming we will have the information that we don't have today and haven't had it in the past. But is it the intent that at that special meeting, this board is supposed to see the information we're finally given, absorb it, discuss it, and pass it in one meeting? Is this the path? We've had months and months and months of talking about this and pushing it forward. We had a great committee. We've thrown all that aside. So is that it? This is it. This special meeting is it. That's what I'm hearing.
Do you want me to open? I just wanted me. Again, just to repeat, any one of our 26 members or one caucus or another is absolutely entitled to bring forward a proposal. We have no proposal, as the county executive has pointed out, we have no proposal on the agenda right now. So there's literally nothing on the agenda to debate for and against. That is how parliamentary procedure works. You have an agenda item that you debate for and against. So I would encourage individual members or either caucus to bring forward a proposal about setting the salaries. But I think we've actually gone into discussing the item and we've postponed, so.
County Board Member Moustis, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I just want to say, I'm opposed to any increases for county board members. So, and let me say, for those of you who say there hasn't been an increase for 12 years, don't pertain to almost any of you, because you've only been here for.
Okay, yeah,
you're only here
Mr.
for 2.
Moustis, no, I really am trying to maintain some type of order here. You
I
can
can't
address,
discuss
you
the
can
subject.
address regarding the postponement, please, Mr. Moustis. I'm really trying to
I
maintain
know
some
you
order
are,
here.
but you know, I just have to be a pain in the neck sometimes.
Well, I
can't-
appreciate
I
that everyone
can't
has-
help myself.
I know it,
But,
I know it.
But I will say that, you know, I think there is an attempt to oppress discussion on this from the very beginning.
Right, thank you,
So,
thank you,
uh,
thank you.
And
County Board,
Madam
I'm gonna-
Executive, I just want to tell you that I'll probably continue to be a pain. in the neck.
That's okay, and I understand, I enjoy it, I enjoy your company. County Board Member Ventura.
To the postponement, I hear what you're saying. I too have asked questions about when are we having this discussion. So I will be voting yes for the postponement, but I would like to see, before anything is put on any other meeting or any other agenda on this, some information from HR. So I'd ask Bruce Tidwell could provide us the information of how much our benefits are, how much our healthcare is, how much our salaries are, what the savings is on the proposed for people being cut. I think that is data that we are all should deserving of, and we can make sound decisions on that data once it's given to us. So to the point, there is nothing here. We've not been given that data. So I'd like to see that so that we can have a fair discussion about salaries. We'd also, I know in past meetings have asked about the last time any increases were, and there was some discussion on when the dates were. So if we could also get that information.
Again, County, we're getting off, we're
I just-
kind of
no,
getting
but
off.
I
I
mean,
know I
to the
gave him, this is
postponement.
what happens here, County Board Member Moose.
No,
I have to.
I'm
this is-
saying
yeah.
why I would vote for it, but we need that information in
Okay.
order to postpone
Excellent.
it. Because if we
Okay, and I'm
can't
gonna-
have that, then.
For our new members here, I know you're talking to me, I do not make the agenda, so you understand, I follow the agenda. So a lot of these things, you have to speak to your leadership or to the speaker. My job is just to follow the agenda. So regarding postponements or amendments, this is all done by you, the voting body. And so again, my role is just to try to follow parliament procedure as best as possible and to maintain order in here a little bit. And so we are postponing this. Is there any more comments on the postponement and the postponement only? Like you have a comment about why we are postponing or yes or no to the postponement? County Board Member Kurlitis.
My point is I hope that we get this information in advance in a timely manner so we can make an educated decision. Thank you.
I'm sure Speaker Cowan has heard you loud and clear, so thank you very much. Oh, no. Isn't there rules about 3 times? Okay, there. Oh.
True. I'm going to stick to the absolute letter of the law here. I'm opposed to postponing because I believe we should have further discussion before postponement. So I'm going to be no on the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take the roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Gladly. Mueller?
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone? No. Frizzalone, no. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala? No. Ogala, no. Cook?
Yes.
Moustis? No. Moustis, no. Mitchell? No. Mitchell, no. Tyson?
Tyson, yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Did she say no? She said no. Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich?
I'm against any raises at all, so I'm a no when I'll be a no next time.
Balich, no. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Winfrey? Winfrey, yes. Parker?
Parker, yes.
Ventura? Ventura, yes. Coleman? Coleman, yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? No. Berkowitz, no. Pretzel? No. Pretzel, no. Weigel? No. Weigel, no. Freeman?
Yes.
Kurlitis? No. Carlitis, no. Cowan.
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
16 affirmative, 10 negative.
With 16 affirmative, the motion carries. For the record, some of you would never make it in the state senate, but I would suggest you run for the House of Representatives. You'd be fine. Moving on.
21-356, authorizing an IGA with the city of Oak Forest to provide access to the countywide radio system, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Winfrey. We do have to take a roll call again because.
Okay. Yeah.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller.
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Frizzalone.
Yes.
Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook.
Yes.
Mustis.
Yes.
Mustis, yes. Mitchell. Yes. Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes, Lauren.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Van Dyne. Yes. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Yes. Balich, yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Yes. Winfrey, yes. Parker.
Parker, yes.
Ventura. Yes. Ventura, yes. Coleman. Yes. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Yes. Pretzel, yes. Weigel.
Yes.
Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Carlitis. Yes. Carlitis, yes. Cowan.
Yes.
Cowan, yes.
26 affirmative, the motion carries.
21-357, renewing the contract for elevator maintenance for various county buildings, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Ventura. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-358, renewing toner cartridges, printer maintenance, and yearly cleaning contract, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman.
Previous Mueller.
Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-359, renewing contract for security guard services at Adult Probation and Workforce Services, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-360, awarding bid for refuse and recycling collection services for county buildings, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-361, renewing contract for janitorial cleaning services for various county buildings, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-362, awarding bid for LiDAR byproduct data development, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Van Dyne. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-363, ratifying emergency procurement for masonry repairs to the court annex building, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-364, appropriating grant funds in the VAC budget from the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motioned by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-365, correction of certain legal descriptions previously approved by resolution number 21-288 for the land easements on parcels needed for the construction of the RNG pipeline, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-366, authorizing settlement agreement in the case of Tracy versus the County of Will, 20 CH 512, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mustis.
Previous roll Mueller.
Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-367, approving zoning map amendment from A1 to I1 for zoning case ZC 19067, First Midwest Bank Trust number 7052, Michelle Tracy, 100% beneficiary in Green Garden Township, commonly known as 24405 South LaGrange Road, Frankfort, Illinois, County Board District number 2, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Weigel. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Mustis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-368, authorizing the county executive to execute a multi-year real estate assessment agreement with Citgo Refinery, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mustis, seconded by Ogala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-369, I would like to make a motion to remove this item from the agenda.
Motion by Cowan to remove the item, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Mustis. Second by Perlitis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-370, replacement hire for Division of Transportation Accountant Manager, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Van Dyne. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-371, replacement hire for River Valley Juvenile Center Maintenance Worker, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
21-372, replacement hire for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next executive committee meeting is scheduled for November 4th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. At this time, are there any public comments relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county? Mr. Butler, can you please make your comment? And a reminder, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Butler, we can hear you. Now we can't, Mr. Butler. Yes, we can. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can't hear.
Maybe he can't hear us.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so I have 3 points. The first point being on the map. The map, as far as the public's concerned, has just become aware to it. Okay, as you could tell from some of your comments, they're still talking about a 13 district map. That's how slow information gets out. I for one, am going to be continuing to tell the public so that they are aware. Okay, and this is something that you should take into consideration. The many responses from the people that you've gotten, they're not done. The people are still calling and they're still hearing about it. Okay, I keep getting messages and emails and texts. How can they get to this board? Okay, the next thing I'd like to talk about is the salaries. Now, the salaries are a main concern. Okay, you either are going to raise the salaries or you're not. So this is a matter of motive. Okay, or integrity. Okay, and that's why it's important to have this discussion well before the actual vote, so there's a proper time to talk about it. Because and maybe there is no reason to talk about it because it can be overrode with the vote no matter what. The third thing I'd like to address is that Republican savvy as those downstate senators. As far as the speaker, I just want to say she's very good at her job. She is one of the best speakers I have ever heard. And my only message is you can fool some of the people all the time, all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So you may be a good derailer, but we're on to you.
Thank you. Okay, is Camille, I can't read it. Is there someone here from the public who wishes to speak? Sorry, I can't read the handwriting. I think there's Camille up there. All right. At this time, we will entertain comments from the county board members. Is there any comments? We'll start here with internal, people are in, and then we'll look to the people at home. County board member Ballage.
I just want to give a shout out to all the moms and the dads that are Democrats, Republicans, independents, and hate politics and love politics, that are going to the school boards and standing up for the rights of our children and standing up for the Constitution. God bless them.
Thank you. County board member Mitchell.
Oh, what County Board Member Ballard said. In addition, I just wanted to make a short comment about the disservice that was done here today. The public wants to know. They want to know how much are they're going to have to shell out for us feckless politicians to do our jobs. And I think that we should have at least started the conversation today. We have to do better. We have to do better, and that's as far as I'm going to take it. I really wish that we started the conversation today, for the sake of the public, so that they know. Also, one last comment about something that was stated here earlier. It's not about whether or not we pay a lot of taxes for this or that. We're getting hit everywhere. We're getting hit at the pump. We're getting hit at the grocery store. We're getting everywhere we go. We're getting hit. So I don't care if the school taxes are more or less and we didn't charge this or have this rate. Any chance that we can get to give the public a break, the taxpayer break, let's do it, because it's not just about the taxes and the property taxes. It's about everything that, especially what we're going through right now with the inflation. So when we can give people a break, let's do it. And that's all I have to say for today, and have a great month. See you next month.
Thank you. County board member Ventura.
Yes, hi. I really appreciate the passion that everyone has brought to the public comments. I would like to just also point out that our federal maps have been cut. We have a limited time to talk to our state reps about that. So I would ask that you take some of that same passion and concern about our maps to the rest of our maps as well. I do believe that we need to follow the law, which includes equal population for each district, keeping cities and townships together, and keeping communities of interest together. I feel we've done that here. We obviously still have some negotiation and some lines to wiggle around to make sure that we are keeping with those three laws, but I'd also like us to take those same thoughts to our state legislators. The last thing I'd like to say is we have a couple of things, like National Breast Cancer Awareness is this month. So if you haven't done your screening, please do so. I want to wish everyone a safe and happy Halloween. Please wear your mask when going door to door. And since we won't be meeting before Veterans Day, I want to thank everyone who has served our country. Thank you.
Thank you. County board member Gala.
Thank you. A couple things I wanted to say. One is thank you to everyone for the support for maybe the amendments to the special use permits for the solar farms. I also will bring up other topics next month related to those to determine if we want to do things the way we've been doing with like landscaping and stuff that may not be needed. So I look forward to having you guys involved in that conversation. I do also like to say happy Halloween, have fun. You're going to be outside, so you don't have to wear a mask if you don't want to wear a mask. We got to get over this crazy mask stuff because I like seeing somebody smile. I want to talk about, overreach of government and what's a crisis right now with the mandates of the COVID vaccines and the possible loss of employment. It's really it's heartbreaking when I see so many people having to make the decision, a personal choice to get a vaccine that they don't want to do. And if they don't do it, then they risk losing their job. If they lose their job, they can't pay to live in their house and pay their bills. So I think it's over the top. And I think that if the information that was out there was more prevalent and obvious, both the positives and negatives of the vaccine, and people should be able to make a choice. So I think that's something that we should support here at the county because our employees face the same types of situations with constant testing. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. County Board Member Freeman.
Well, good afternoon. I would like to say I am very excited about the fact that we passed the resolutions for the Hidden Heroes today. I so wish that I could have been there, but know that I am excited. I would also like to echo some of the comments. Happy Veterans Day, absolutely, to all of our vets. And the breast cancer awareness. And as far as Halloween, I hope you have a safe and happy Halloween. Follow the guidelines provided to us by our Illinois Department of Public Health and our National Health Department, because they are following science and trying to keep us all safe. Wear bright colors and have fun. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. County Board Member Karlitis.
Yes, thank you. I want to just mention to everyone, you've got an invitation to this, but I'm just excited, especially since Veterans Day is happening next month. House Joint Resolution 11 was introduced by State Representative Mark Batnick. Special thank you always to the executive when she was senator. She helped with Heroes Way Act as well. So we are going to be honoring the life of Private First Class Andrew Mary, who is from Plainfield in my county board district and the 97th district. The resolution will rename a part of Route 59 as Private First Class Andrew Mary Memorial Highway. That's going to be taking place this Sunday, October 20, this Sunday. That's the 24th, yes, at noon, at the corner of Caton Farm and Route 59. We'll be unveiling the sign. It'll be wonderful. I'm excited to have his mom there, Gold Star mom, Denise Williams. So there's also a reception afterwards at the Legion. So it's just nice to be honoring someone who lost their life serving our country, that is a resident of County Board 13 in the 97th district with state representative. And my other comment is I am hoping that whatever happens with this 11-2 map, that it will be redrawn fairly and balanced for us to have something to say yes on. So I'm looking forward to what this actually is going to be like, the 11-2, because the 13-2 is gone. So thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Fritz.
Thank you. The issue, the ongoing issue that we have been voting on over the past 11 months or so, the license plate reading cameras. First of all, I would like to say that I'm continually surprised that we have found something that Board Member Ventura and I can unequivocally agree on. That doesn't happen but once in a lifetime, I think. And I think that freedom died a little bit today and has been dying for the last 11 months every time we take this vote and they pass. So I'm disappointed, I'm saddened, but we found some common ground, Rachel. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the Majority Leader. Any comments? It's a little confusing because when you're on, it goes red, but when you turn it on, it's green. on the lights, so sorry about that. I want to thank everyone for all their public comments. I want to kind of echo what Gretchen said. You know, there's a lot of things we do agree on, folks, even if we don't always agree on everything. Today, we made a lot of great strides. We voted together for cameras for our sheriff's vehicles. We heard some great stuff about PACE expanding their services without having to increase their fares. We made an intersection a little bit safer for our folks out in the, in Joe, I'm sorry, it's not Joe's area. It's Jim and Amanda's area. So there's a lot of things that we work really well on together. I especially want to echo the Hidden Heroes program. I'm excited about that. As a member of the family member of a veteran, 2 veterans, I really appreciate the people seeing the caregivers, because it's a really hard job to be a caregiver of anyone, especially when you're dealing with veterans who have been through some things that you don't know about or you can't relate to. So thank you for that. Also, I wanted to echo the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I was so excited when I came in this morning and saw the flag and the signs out front. I want to share a personal story. I lost my sister Jan in 2006 to breast cancer. She was 42 years old, and she left behind 2 children and a husband. She also was a youth pastor in her church, so she left behind an entire church full of children that looked up to her. So seeing how that has touched my life so personally, I want to ask all of you to please make sure you're getting mammograms. Men can get breast cancer too. Please make sure you're seeing your doctors. These things can be prevented, or I'm sorry, can be fixed if they're found early. We have great strides in prevention. So I just wanted to reiterate, please take care of yourselves and encourage the folks in your life to do the same. Losing people this young is not necessary, and it just creates trauma. And I like for our community to suffer as little trauma as possible. So thank you. All have a great Halloween and stay warm if the temperature drops. Have a good one. Leader Frizzalone.
Thank you. A couple of comments. First, I'd like to thank my caucus for all their hard work this month. Thanks, Don, for all your work on the map. Certainly want to thank all of our staff. I know it just drives them nuts to be able to deal with all the WebEx stuff and the panelists and attendees and all of that kind of thing, and now comments coming in by the boatload. So based on that, I'm asking the speaker to call back the board, at least for county board. We need to be in this room together. It, as you saw today, it functions, more people that we have here, it functions quicker, better. We don't have to push buttons or find the button or find the hand. So I'd really like to see us next month bring the board back. I too want to mention Halloween in a different way. You know, the weather's been insanely crazy, 70 degrees, so it feels like summer. But as we know, it's darker in the morning, it's darker at night, the little kids are out, we're driving like it's the middle of summer, and yet it's dark out. And, you know, Halloween used to be a one-day event. It's now the biggest holiday, biggest spend of all the holidays all year long. So the holiday events are starting already. Tonight, I know Homer's got one. So they're out all week this week at events and trunk or treats. So please be aware of the little ones out there. And then lastly, you know, I usually pick something that's the national week or the national day of. Interestingly enough, this is National Free Speech Week. So very apropos, unfortunately, World Listening Day is until November 26th. I don't know why they didn't kind of put those together, but we've had a lot of free speech here, a lot of talk. I just think we need to listen. Thank you. Have a good week and month.
Thank you. Speaker Cowan.
So actually today is also National Conflict Resolution Day. Peaceful Conflict Resolution Day, actually. That encourages everyone to communicate and listen, and to take the opportunity to listen with the goal of understanding rather than responding. So that's something I'm going to be reflecting on today, and it's certainly what I had in mind when I suggested trying to come to a compromise on our map situation. So hopefully we can make progress in that way. I'd like to thank Don and Tyler for their endless work on this. That has really continued beyond when it needed to, because we have hopes of finding some sort of resolution, but especially the staff who continues to work on it. Hopefully this will all be over soon. Just wanted to let all county board members know, in case you didn't see my email, that Melissa Johansson's last day is today with the county. She has served the county for well over a decade, I think close to 2 decades. And she's moving on to other things. We do have some donuts and flowers in the office for her, as well as a card if you'd like to express your thanks for her service, and wish her good luck in the future. That's all I have today. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to make one quick announcement myself. I will be joining Representative Batten on Sunday to the renaming of the road, but I also would like to announce, many people don't know, I am the daughter of a Korean War vet, a proud Marine, and so every year since I've been in the Senate, we've hosted a breakfast, and I'm happy that Senator Capel will be continuing that tradition. So there is a veterans breakfast from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow. And I'm just going to, anyone is still listening, you can call to sign up at her office at 815-267, and I cut off the rest of the number. But you can Google Senator Meg Lofgren Capel if you'd like to join us tomorrow from 8 to 10. We're in Plainfield at the post out there. So I would like to echo our appreciation to all our veterans. And while we may meet again, I do want to say happy Veterans Day. And at this time, thank you. I do have the number. Thank you for pulling that up. The number is 815-267-6119. And you can register with her office to join us for breakfast, and our own VAC will be there as well. So with that, thank you very much. I need a motion to move into executive session to discuss collective negotiating matters. Motion by Coleman, seconded by Mitchell. We need a roll call vote.
Mueller. Yes. Mueller, yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Frizzalone, yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala. Yes. Ogala, yes. Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Okay. Mitchell. Mitchell, yes. Tyson.
Tyson, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Van Dyne. Van Dyne, yes. Balich. Balich, yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Winfrey, yes. Parker.
Yes.
Ventura. Ventura, yes. Coleman. Coleman, yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Berkowitz, yes. Pretzel. Pretzel, yes. Weigel. Weigel, yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Curlitis. Curlitis, yes. Cowan. Cowan, yes.
25 affirmative. With 25 affirmative, we'll now enter into executive session. Please go over to the link that has been provided. We'll wait a couple minutes and take roll call again.
Newquist, yes.
Odella, yes. Cook? Yes. Cook, yes. Booth? Yes. Mitchell? Mitchell, yes. Tyson? Tyson, yes.
The boardroom is not muted.
Go back. Now I need a motion to concur with the recommendations provided by the County Executive Office. Motion Mueller, seconded by Moustis. Previous roll call? Previous roll call Cowan, second by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. A motion to recess? Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor? Any opposed? We are now recessed until November 18th, 2021. Have a good weekend.